and welcome to the second annual Summit on Improving the Outcomes of African American and Latinx Male Youth. The summit is a collaboration between the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center and the Minority Achievement, Creativity, and High Ability Center. Both of these centers are located at Prairie View A&M University. We are honored today with the presence of so many distinguished speakers and scholars who we know will bring us timely and important information. This pandemic of COVID-19 has dramatically altered the way we live, the way we do business, from shortages of essential supplies to learning online and to living at work, among other things. This pandemic has also forced us to see, for the first time for many, the systemic racism in this country that has affected the lives of African American and Latinx communities for generations. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Black Lives Movement has created a unique opportunity and a space for us to shift the platform from movement to change and action. Today, during this summit, we hope that you will not only learn some new information, but also be inspired to make a difference in the space that you occupy, whatever that may be. So with that, we thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to join us for the second annual summit. With further ado, I pass the baton over to my collaborator, Dr. Stella Smith, who will introduce our speaker of the morning.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser-Quasi, for that. My name, again, is Dr. Stella Smith. I'm a co-coordinator of the summit, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, Mr. Stedman Graham. Mr. Graham is chairman and CEO of S. Graham and Associates, a management and marketing consulting team. He's the author of 12 books, including 2 New York Times bestsellers and 1 Wall Street Journal bestseller. As a businessman, educator, speaker, Graham lectures and conducts training programs for corporations and educational organizations worldwide on the topic of identity leadership, based on his philosophy that one cannot lead others unless you first lead yourself. His proven 9-step success process drives his powerful message that this success process is based on the principle that it doesn't matter how the world defines you, it only matters how you define yourself. As a proud native of Whitesboro, New Jersey, Graham has demonstrated an enduring dedication to youth and community. His New York Times bestseller, Teens Can Make It Happen, has become a program utilized in numerous middle and high schools in the US and abroad. With dedication to the community development, Graham is the founder of several organizations that support community development. He is also the co-founder of the Community Alliance for Youth Success. Graham has served in the United States Army and played professional basketball in the European League. Graham holds a bachelor's degree in social work from Hardin-Simmons University and a master's degree in education from Ball State University, and has been honored with 3 honorary doctorate degrees. Graham serves on several boards and has received numerous awards. So without further ado, may I please introduce to you Mr. Stedman Graham.
Thank you so much, Stella, appreciate that. And Susan, thank you for your remarks. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here at the second annual Summit on Improving the Outcome of African Americans and Latinx Male Youth. And also, I know PV very well. I spent some time in Texas at Hardin-Simmons University in Abilene, Texas. So travel throughout Texas to play ball and know the school very well, Prairie View. So today we're talking about improving the outcome of African American and Latinx male youth. And that's an interesting process. I know we have a lot of things going on today in our society with George Floyd and the economy and the pandemic, and people are wondering, you know, how do we deal with all of this? You know, how do we deal with raising our social economic development? So I've been kind of working on equality all of my life. You know, how do you become equal? How you begin to develop a process for organizing information and making it relevant to your heart and soul, and transferring it to your mind so you become a thinking human being, and then transferring that to the global marketplace to create and develop and design your own future. That's a mouthful. And what it really comes down to, it comes down to identity leadership. I wrote a book called Identity Leadership, and it's based on the philosophy. Well, first of all, it is self-leadership. And it's based on the philosophy that you cannot lead anyone else until you first lead yourself. And so, wow, when you talk about leading yourself, man, what is that? What's that mean, leading yourself? You may not know how to lead yourself, even though all of us think we know how to lead ourselves. When we talk about leading ourselves, we're really kind of talking about the self category. And the self category would be self-actualization. Wow, can you self-actualize your potential as a human being? Maslow's highest level of development, you know, he talks about safety, security, food, all those things that are a necessity to live. But, you know, the last one is self-actualization. And most of us never get to self-actualization because there's really no process for us to get there. When we talk about the self category, we're talking about self-empowerment, self-development, self-discipline, self-improvement, self-mastery. And today, we really have to focus on self-mastery. What does that mean? Well, self-mastery means that you have to be able to master yourself before you can master anything else or anyone else. You have to be able to lead yourself before you can lead anyone else. And that's pretty sacred. That's pretty, you know, if you're blessed to be able to focus inwardly on self, and you can develop a process for developing self, you're pretty fortunate. Most people will never get there. 1% run the world, everybody else is following. And so your ability to be able to move into that 1% category where you become a thinking human being, you're able to organize information, you're able to organize yourself, you are able to change your paradigm. That means change your program, change your code, change your ability to be able to create, design, and build your own future in the 24 hours that you have every single day, which is what makes all of us equal. And that's an important point, is to understand that we all have 24 hours. So the question is, what do we do with that time? How do we organize opportunities? How do we organize resources? And you couldn't have a better time than today to talk about this subject today, because we live in a world where we have access to technology, we have access to resources, and we have access to information. We have access to people, and we have access to, you know, through technology, you can reach anybody you want around the world in a matter of seconds. And I think the biggest question is, what do we do with that? Which is why this educational platform is so important, and education is so important. You know, oftentimes we misuse education because we, as a student, and we've all been students, we basically focus on, you know, memorizing, taking tests, repeat the information back. We get labeled with a grade. 2 weeks later, we forget the information. And so there's no relevancy there's no connection. We're not connected to the information, and we're not connecting to knowledge. and we're not connecting to content. And content is so very important because it's the kind of content that shapes our lives. It's the kind of content that allows us to self-actualize our talents and our skills and our abilities. And so most of us, you know, when we talk about self-development and self-empowerment and driving ourselves to creating excellence in our lives and building opportunity for us, we can hardly get there. It's a very difficult process to get there because we don't really have this set up right. We're not really aligned correctly. And we talk about alignment. That's a very important word. That allows us to have clarity. That allows us to focus. That allows us to create things that are relevant to our development and eliminate all the time wasters and all the external things that get in our way. And we really can't get to the core of who we are. Identity leadership really talks about authenticity and who we are as a human being. And that becomes the foundation for our existence. It becomes, you know, what we're able to organize that feed our heart and feed our soul. And it's kind of a setup in a way. It's not really set up for you to individualize your talents and your skills and your abilities. And it's not really designed for you to actually be happy with your life a lot of times. And the setup really, it doesn't give us the information and the content to be able to organize our day, our week, our month, and our year. And so we end up repeating the same thing over and over all the time. You know, it kind of goes like this. We wake up in the morning, we wash our face, we brush our teeth, we get something to eat, we get the kids off to school, we work all day, we come home in the afternoon, we spend time with the family, we watch TV, we go to bed, maybe we dream that's Monday. And then on Tuesday, we repeat that same cycle. We get up in the morning, we wash our face, we brush our teeth, we get something to eat, we get the kids off to school, we work all day, we come home in the afternoon, we spend time with the family, we watch TV, we go to bed, maybe we dream that's Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we pretty much repeat the same thing. And about 6.9 billion people who are in the world, they get up in the morning, they wash their face, they brush their teeth, they get something to eat, they get the kids off to school, they work all day, they come home in the afternoon, they spend time with the family, they watch TV, they go to bed, maybe they dream that's Wednesday. And we repeat that same cycle over and over. You kind of know where I'm going. So if you did the same thing you did yesterday, as you would do tomorrow, as you would do the next day, what have you done? And the question is nothing, because you've already done it. And so you have a whole world that really are not active or are engaged in their own development. And they're just focusing on giving all that power away, you know, to the outside world as a way to define them. So if you figure this out, it's like, okay, I'm doing the same thing over and over every single day. I'm really not going anywhere. I'm not thinking. I'm not organizing. I don't really read any books, so I have no knowledge. You know, Einstein said you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that caused it. So I'm pretty much stuck, but I'm not even aware of it. I'm not even conscious of my ability to be stuck. And I'm pretty much a follower, following everybody else, and I'm looking for instruction. Where is the instruction? Where is the information that will tell me what to do with my life? And so if you're looking for freedom, you'll never find it on the outside. Freedom is always on the inside. But we don't teach people to find freedom on the inside. We don't teach people to self-actualize. We don't really teach people in our educational system to really work on themselves. And education is great, nothing wrong with education. You know, I've gone through educational process, went to school at Hardin Simmons University, got a master's degree at Ball State. So educational process is necessary. You're supposed to be educated. You're supposed to be able to read. You're supposed to be able to learn. And so your ability to not even understand what your value is, and to not understand that the value that you give yourself is the value the world gives you. The world sees you as you see yourself. So when we talk about the images of ourselves, particularly when it comes to Black men and Latina males, you know, we may not give ourselves much value. We may not even understand who we are. We may not even be able to understand how to align ourselves with the resources of the world so that we can organize and use technology as a way to self-develop every single day. We may not have to know how to improve, which is the topic of this conference. It's being able to improve the outcomes. We may not know how to do that. And so what the world says to you, you know, you really don't know how to do it. You're pretty much, you know, not working on yourself. There's no self-development. There's no thinking. There's no abilities, but you have the potential. Wow. You have the potential to be anybody you want to be, but we can't quite put it together. And so when you don't know how to put it together, the world says you have to really rely on me to be able to put it together. Nothing wrong with that. We all are in that situation. But the question is, how do you put the pieces of the puzzle together around your abilities and your talents and your skills? And so it's hard to do that if you're focused on the outside world as a way to define you. So when you don't know who you are, the world defines you and says, okay, you don't know who you are. You're really not thinking, you're not learning, you're not focusing on your development. You're kind of just looking around for something to drop out the sky in your lap a lot of times. And we're waiting for somebody else to determine our destiny. And you get stuck in a box. And, you know, I grew up with a race-based consciousness, which means that, you know, you grew up thinking you can't make it because of the color of your skin. I grew up in an all-Black town surrounded by a white county where they said nothing ever good comes out of Whitesboro. And we have a lot of good that comes out of Whitesboro, but you're being programmed by your community. And when you don't know who you are, the world labels you, like I said, by your community. When you don't know who you are, the world labels you by your family. That tells you, you know, you can't make it because of this or that, you know. So I was defined by my family, and I grew up with two special needs brothers in my family, which was a very difficult thing for me to deal with as a child coming up, because nobody really tells you how to deal with that. And you end up, basically, I ended up, you know, with low self-esteem, a lack of confidence in myself, because I was teased every day and bullied, and I had to fight all the time because people would call me names and call my family names. And so I had to work through that. And then when you don't know who you are, the world defines you by your house and your car and your money and your title. And I met a woman a long time ago named Oprah. You might know her. You might know her. She's very successful, very accomplished, unbelievable person. I was so fortunate to have a partner like her who's taught me so much. But through the years, a lot of struggle with that in terms of being defined by your relationship. And every time you step out the door, people define you by someone else. And you don't even have your own identity. And you kind of know where I'm going with all of this. You don't know who you are. I'm looking for equality. I'm defined by my race. I'm defined by my brothers. I'm defined by my relationship. And so through all of that, when I was about 31 to 32 years of age, I began to focus on internal development as a way to kind of deal with all of this, because I couldn't find the answers on the outside. And I did a comparable analysis between the 1% and the people who were very, very successful, and the difference between them and how I grew up. And I realized, oh, wow, these people, what they do is they focus on their own self-development. You cannot give anybody else what you don't have. You can't, serve anybody else if you can't first serve yourself. And I realized that 99% of the people who are followers, they give everything away. They're serving everybody else, and they never start with themselves. And then when you don't start with yourself, you pretty much become a follower for the rest of your life, and you're looking for somebody to tell you what to do all of the time. You're not taking control of your own talents, your own skills, and your abilities, and you're being defined and programmed. You're part of the program. And the program basically says, okay, this is who you are based on, again, your race, and this is who you are based on your religion, and this is who you are based on, what kind of parents you have. And so you're defined by the labels. That's where I'm going with this. And you're defined by all the external things that put you in a box. And they dictate to you, and they tell you what your program is going to be. There's a word called code. They give you a code, and they reinforce that code over and over and over and over and over. And throughout your life, the code is reinforced by your parents. And your parents do the best they can based on what they know. If they'd have known better, they'd have done better. So they pass down what they learned to you. And, a lot of this, say 30 years ago, where we had community and everybody worked together and it was all kumbaya, that might have worked halfway decent. You get a job at a major organization or a manufacturing plant, and you made good money, and you educated your kids, and and there wasn't a whole lot of disruption in your life. And that has changed. The game has changed. And so the game has changed. The technology is revolutionizing itself, and we're creating all this additional content. We have all this information over our iPhones and our iPads, and we have all these programs. And so things keep changing, beyond our understanding. And so we have no sense of how to even keep up. And so we have a huge shift that we have to make. We have a huge paradigm. And our paradigm is basically new programs. When you talk about changing your program, you're talking about changing your paradigm, changing the way you think and feel about yourself. And that's not easy to do when you're hardwired, especially if you're focused on negativity as a design for your existence, and the foundation of your existence is negative. And I kind of grew up with that because the foundation of my existence is negative because my trauma and my experiences. So what I have to do every single day is I have to work on transformation. And that's not every week or every month or every once in a while. That's every single day. I got to transform my thinking and transform my energy based on the code that was given to me in my life, and the program that was given to me, where I've focused on that program or that negative energy all of my life. And so I know that we're talking about, this being sponsored by the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Program. So you don't know this, but I worked in the prison system 5 years. I didn't say I was in the prison system 5 years. I worked in the prison system 5 years, started off as a guard, went into the R&D, research and development, receiving and discharge, not research and development. And that was an interesting story. I won't get into that right now. But became supervisor of education at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago. So this is pretty, I can understand this. I understand where we are as males, and I understand what the issues are. And we all know what the issues are. The question is, what do we do with that? What do we do with the issues that we have to deal with every single day? What do we do with sometimes the injustices that we have to face every single day? What we have to do is we have to have a new program. And so, like I said, when we don't know who we are, we're doing the same thing over and over every single day, which is nothing. Everything we learn, we forget, which is nothing. Nothing for nothing is nothing. So, you know, how do we survive? How do we begin to even move beyond surviving and start to thrive? And how do we raise our social economic development? Okay, big question. How do we do that? How do we organize the resources of the global marketplace today? How do we use technology as a way to organize our life around the resources and the opportunities while living in the greatest country in the world, bar none? You know, I served in the U.S. Army a number of years. I went to Europe and worked there in a hospital. And you know, and so I've traveled the world, played ball, I've done all of that. I got to see a lot of different things. You know, I'm pretty privileged in terms of having opportunities that I had to work through, but I could have gone the other way just as easily with my negative attitude that I grew up with, and having negative energy and being angry and knowing that anger destroys. So our ability to be able to transform our lives. And the reason that I do this work is because I wanted people to understand what I understand, is that you have it, and that you can be anybody you want to be, and that the process of success is the same for everybody. Wow, that kind of blew me away, that the process of success is the same for everybody. And once you learn the process, you begin to evolve and think, and you can actually take this process and apply it to every part of your life so that you can create your own narrative. You can create your own story. You can go from rags to riches based on organizing resources around the world, and now even more so because we have access to technology. And so I'm gonna give you a program, and I'm gonna give you a 9-step success process, which is what I teach under identity leadership. Again, identity leadership is self-leadership. So we have to first work on ourselves, based on the philosophy that you cannot lead anybody else until you first lead yourself. And it starts with the first step. And the first step is called check your ID, which is you have to have an identity. You have to know who you are. And the way to do that, the way to have an identity, and it's important to have one, because if you don't have an identity, if you don't know who you are, you're frustrated, you're upset, you're mad, because you have all this potential and you have all this intellect, but you don't know what to do with it. You don't know how to organize it. You don't know how to align it. You don't know how to create focus. Where there is no focus, you can't expand anything. You can't build anything. You can't energize anything. So the first step starts with the most powerful word, which is love. And why is love so powerful? Well, there's only 2 choices in life. There's negative and there's positive. I mean, that's all. That's it. So you're either going to be negative or you're going to be positive. You're going to look at the glass half empty or half full. You're going to be able to do it or not do it. It's either negative or positive. It's either hate or love. Okay. So it's either courage or fear. So only 2 choices every single day. So every single day we have a choice. And if your the foundation of your existence is negative, and the law of attraction says, and this is true, whatever energy you put out, that's exactly what you get back. So the ability to be able to transform yourself is based on focusing on loving yourself every single day. Now I'm not just saying loving yourself as, oh, that's, a cliche. We got to love ourselves, okay. I'm talking about practical application of the word love. I'm talking about organizing, your health around what you love. I'm talking about organizing your educational courses around what you love. I'm talking about being able to organize your family and your relationships around what you love. I'm talking about organizing the work that you love. I'm talking about organizing the hobbies that you love. I know I love basketball and I love golf. I'm a big golfer, and I love, used to love racquetball when I could play on a regular basis, and running and all of that. So it's an organizational process of aligning yourselves with those things that make you happy. Finding your purpose, organizing your talents, and organizing your skills. And in the 21st century today, in order to raise your social economic development, in order to be relevant, today we have to organize our skills. What are our skills? What can we do? So you've got to take inventory in terms of your strengths, not your weaknesses, to be able to organize those things that are relevant to your development. And you got to write it down. So the way to do it is to take some time, take a piece of paper, write everything down that you love. Write everything down that you can imagine that you want to do. Organize all your passions, organize your talents, organize your skills, so that you have some consciousness about who you are. And then the key here is to learn how to learn, which most of us don't know how to do, because we just think it's up to us to, graduate from college, get a degree, and then come out and, the world's going to give us a job. Well, the game has changed. Now you have to self-develop. Now you have to communicate who you are. Now you have to focus on what you do well. Now you have to be an authority in your field. Now you have to really be authentic. You got to be able to communicate what you do, where you're going, and how you're going to get there. So you have to be clear. You can't be a journalist. You have to be a specialist. So how do you specialize in your talents and your abilities so that you can serve the world based on becoming an expert in your field? What do you do well? So the foundation of your self-actualization, your ability to self-actualize your potential based on who you are, is based on that. You got to get that right. You got to find your purpose in life. You got to find your passion. You got to get excited about your life so that you can become engaged in information. So you can become engaged in the world that you live in every single day. So you understand the value of knowledge. Like Einstein said, you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that caused it. So if we're having issues, it's because we don't think, we don't build, we don't create, we don't have the knowledge. Be ye transformed, the good book says, be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind. It also says the people perish because of the lack of knowledge. So if I can destroy the content that you have, if you have no content, if you're just basically operating from your ego and operating from your instincts, and you don't even use your mind or use your brain, or you don't have any discernment about making choices, you can't even make good decisions because you don't have the information to make good choices. And you're not able to put the pieces of the puzzle together. You're all around it. You have opportunities all around you, especially in America. We have access to everything we need. The ability to make it relevant to sell, you see. That's what I got. Oh, it's about not how the world defines you, it's how you define yourself. And you're not going to turn your power over to anybody else to define you, because whoever defines you will always define you as less than them. So if you're looking for freedom, like I said before, you'll never find it on the outside. It's not in the music, it's not in the this, it's not into that, it's not into any of that. It's all about you. It's all about working on yourself every single day so you can develop a process of continuous improvement so you're better today than you were yesterday, then offering those services to the world based on your potential as a human being. And I'm telling you, if you're watching me right now, you have the potential. Everybody has it. So we got that. Okay, we got the first step, which is we got to be able to transform based on love. Love ourselves, love everybody else. Okay, it's the energy that I'm concerned about. What energy are you bringing? When you walk through that door, I'm looking in your eyes, I'm saying, well, what happened to you? You know, man, why are you so angry? Why are you so upset? So we want you to bring all the good experiences that you've had throughout your life, all the good things that your parents taught you, all the good things that, you know, you can even think about. And we want you to bring that forward, and we want you to try to unpeel that onion and leave those layers and layers and layers of negativity behind. And realize that when you start to transform your thinking and your energy and your abilities and your vision, which is the second step, man, you're going to transform your vision. And what is vision? Vision is what you can see in front of you, not behind you. Vision is always forward thinking, development. Vision is organizing structure. When I think of vision, I think, wow, I'm in the education business. I do a lot of work in education. How big is education? Well, education is global. Education is China. Education is India. Education is Africa. So how big should my vision be? It should be worldwide. And you have the ability now to take technology as a way to design and create a vision bigger than your circumstances, regardless of what happened to you. You get a chance to fill your mind up with information and education and knowledge and organize that around you to empower yourself based on everything that's possible for you. And you get to use your imagination as a human being to develop a vision bigger than yourself. So vision allows you to raise your social economic development. Vision tells me how great you're going to be and how influential you can be based on your leadership ability. It really is about leadership, and it's really about self-leadership. It's working on yourself so you can become the smartest person you can become, so that you can take all that information and apply it to your own life so that you can build a process of continuous improvement so that actually you can lead yourself and you can create habits and routines that lead to your ability to achieve more and develop more and build more. And then you serve as an example in your home, in your organization. You have good habits, you look good. You can create opportunity around all the things around you that allow you to, again, self-actualize. That's an important word. Self-actualize your own potential. Don't wait on anybody else to tell you what to do. Don't let me have to, on a job, tell you everything to do. Can you think for yourself? Can you take charge of your own education? Do you have to just rely on a degree? And nothing wrong with having a degree, that's great. But you don't have to just rely on that. You need to be a self-learner and a self-directed learner and a lifelong learner. That's what the 21st century is requiring us to do today. So vision is like, wow, I get to visualize, organize, create. I get to structure the whole world, and I get to use technology as a way to download content, and I can make that relevant to my development based on who I can become, not who I am, but who I can become. It's always about who you can become. Where am I now? But more importantly, where am I going to be based on the possibilities that the global market has provided us today, especially through the resources and opportunities that we have. So we want to be able to begin to organize the whole world and make all of those resources relevant to our development. So we're empowering ourselves every single day. And we want to eliminate all the labels. We don't want to be labeling ourselves. We don't want to be looking at and saying to ourselves, we can't make it because I'm a woman and I live in a man's world. And again, you're being programmed to marginalize your own existence, and you're defined by all the external things that put you in the box. We want to make sure that we don't buy into those labels, and you are who you are. And you want to build your community one person at a time based on what? based on self-actualizing your potential. You want to be able to lead your own self, your own family, your own community, in your own city, and be a leader in your own country. Third step, okay, man, I'm motivated every single day. I can't wait to get up, man. I got this passion, I got this purpose. I understand how to organize my life. I'm working on myself all of the time. Fantastic. Second step, you got to have a vision. I'm visualizing, I'm moving out of my circumstances. I'm taking one small step at a time. How do you get to the top of the mountain? It's one small step at a time. Baby steps. I understand the process of success, and the process is the same for every single body. So I'm going to really work on reading more and organizing content around what I love and what I'm passionate about. I'm going to be able to, understand the power of knowledge and content and information and the power of education. This is what education is all about. It's understanding the power of education and going after that education to apply it to my vision and to begin to organize goals around that. And the third step is you got to have a plan. So all this is good. I mean, this workshop is good, this seminar is good, this conference is good. It doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't understand the value of organizing the information and putting that down. You got to write it down. You got to put it on a piece of paper. You got to develop strategy around it. You got to plan your life. You got to use both sides of your brain. You got the left side of your brain, which is, details and, digging deep into stuff. And the left side of your brain is like accountants and lawyers. They use a lot of the left side of the brain. It's more structural. The right side is visual, where you're visualizing, and you're excited about life. And so you have left and right. And so your ability to be able to use both sides of your brain, if you just use the left side, you're detailed, but you may not have a vision. If you're using the right side of your brain, you're visionary, but you're not very detailed. You can't execute very well. And so to be able to use both sides of the brain where you can not only you're macroeconomically focused, but you're also micro. So you're the big picture. You got the big picture, but you got to be able to do what? You got to be able to detail it and focus on how you actually get it done. So planning is all of that. Planning is vision and looking at what's possible for you, what is possible for you, everything. And then how do you make that work? You visualize and you put in the details and you put it on a piece of paper so you don't forget it. The key is not to forget it, to write it down, which is why major universities do research and all of that. And so our ability to be able to create a plan, a strong identity leadership plan around what we're going to do and what we're going to create. Fourth step, master the rules of the road. Okay, I'm motivated every single day, focused on love. I'm trying to change my energy from negative to positive. I'm trying to transform my life. Second step, I'm developing a vision for myself. Wow, I can see beyond my circumstances. The third step, I can develop a plan. I can put it down and organize it on a piece of paper. I can let other people look at it, influence it. Fourth step, master the rules of the road, your guiding principles. That's your value system. Isn't that important? Our values. What do we value? And like I said, the value that we give ourselves is the value the world gives us. The world sees us as we see ourselves. And so that means we have to work on trust. How big is that? People have to trust you. They have to really look at you and say, you know what, that person, I can trust that person. I'm gonna give that person the keys to my house and whatever the case may be, because I trust them. And you have accountability, and you're accountable to yourself. And when you say something, you try to do it. We're not 100%. We don't have any halos over our head. We're human beings. We're not perfect. But working toward developing determination and perseverance and willpower and trust and you know, and integrity and what we say and all of that. That's an ongoing process. And I work on that really a lot, as much as I possibly can. I try to be accountable. Especially, it's easier to do that when you're focused on your passion and your purpose, and you're really excited about, you know, the work that you're doing. Fifth step, master, step into the outer limits, overcoming your fears. So step into the outer limits, overcoming your fears. So what are your barriers to success? What holds you back? And we have many barriers to success. So your ability to be able to organize those barriers and to figure out what they are is very, very important. Step 7. Step 6, power of the seasons to change is not so much what happens to you, but how you respond to it. You know, we have a lot of changes that we're going through, especially with the pandemic. You know, we're stuck in the house a lot. We're being quarantined often. And we're trying to navigate through the 21st century. Economically, things are not as strong as they used to be. And so we got to figure all of this out. We're going through a lot of changes. So it's not so much what happens, but how you respond to it. And that's where, you know, having a positive attitude, being able to focus on yourself, work on yourself every day, think. This thinking thing is very important. You're only as good as your thinking. So your ability to create a thinking process, organize your life around who you are, and to be able to overcome the obstacles that you face because you're strong. And the law of the jungle says only the strong survive. Step 7 is build your dream team. Got to have a team. No one makes it alone. No man or woman is an island unto themselves. You cannot make it by yourself. You need a team. And your team is often predicated on how strong or weak you are as a person. Strong person attracts a strong team. Weak person attracts a weak team. And so your team, you know, you got a common vision. You've got things in common. You have different skill sets you work with. So having a team that supports your efforts and supports your vision and supports your plan, you know, is very important. Step 8 is win by decision, a very important step for me, because it teaches me really kind of, you know, how to make good decisions based on how to develop a learning process that's relevant to my development, and how to organize content and information and the value of that and the value of knowledge. You know, like I said before, be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind, to be able to take information and make it relevant to your development so you can begin to organize your life. Step 9, the last step, is commit to your vision. And that's really where we transform our life. And anytime you have love in your heart, and anytime you're thinking about how to organize what is good for you, and you focus on the positive as opposed to the negative, you're transforming. And so the key is to maintain that energy of love and to be able to transform your lifestyle, organize your life, write things down, take all of these steps and develop a lifestyle around you, so that the philosophy of all of this is that the more you have, the more you can give to other people. And I'm going to end, before we go to questions, Q&A, with a poem. And I love this. You might have heard of this before. I had to go in my drawer and get it. It's called Invictus by William Ernest Henley. And this is kind of what we're talking about. And it says, out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstances, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond the place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years shall find me, and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham, for that
Okay.
inspirational message. We're now open and transitioning to question and answers. I'm going to start with a question, and then if you have questions, you can either put them in the Q&A on the webinar, if you're on the webinar side. If you're on Facebook, you can put those in the chat, and we'll answer as many as we can with the time that we have. So the first question I'd like to ask is, what would be one resource or tool that you would recommend to African American or Latinx young males in order to be able to begin to develop as leaders? So you talked a lot about technology. Is there a specific tool that you use that you might suggest to them to start that process?
Well, I think the tool of information and education is very important. You know, I would just see that as a skill. I would build a skill around learning and organizing content, and then utilizing the tool of technology as a way to download questions. The beautiful thing about the technology right now is you can ask a question. So it's better than any research program I know of, where I can ask, technology a question and it will download the content for me. And I get to read that content and apply that to my own personal professional development, regardless of the situation I'm going through. So it's really kind of organizing kind of an ecosystem, I call it, of information around things that are relevant to my development. So I would say that is a skill. And if you get that skill, and where you can make everything applicable to your own personal professional development, that's going to take you a long ways.
Thank you. We have questions are starting to come in. So one question, where can the audience see the 9 steps that you mentioned? I know they're in the book, so they could get the text, but then also, is there a website or some reference where they can go?
We're revamping stebbinggraham.com. They can go there. You can order the book through Amazon, which is Identity Leadership. I also have a Teens Can Make It Happen book. So we're in the schools, and I have a 10-week course there, and I've been doing that probably 20 years. And we also train parents, and we train students, and we train educators. And so, I really enjoy that program, because what we try to do is we try to get information to people at an early age, as early as possible, so you understand how to create your life and build your life as you begin to go through the journey of living, and you begin to have access to information and institutions and schools and all of that. Being able to source information and education and make it relevant to your development. Again, we want to make sure people understand that.
Wonderful. Another question, is there value in students having access to an African American Studies course?
I think it's valuable. No question, it's valuable. And it's valuable to have information to whatever might heal you or get you to understand more about self. It really is about self-development. So I would suggest you read everything you can. Read all the information you can possibly get on yourself, on your own culture. Study, be excellent in terms of being able to represent who you are, where you came from, your history. There's no question that you should be focused on your history, because if you don't, your history is your future. So if you don't know your history, it's hard to be able to figure out where you're going to go and who you can be. And your self-esteem and your ability to see yourself as a strong person is based on your historical background. So, studying African American history, Latinx history, Hispanic history, all of that is very important in terms of, who are you? What's your image, where you came from, what are the issues that you have to deal with, what are some of the things that have happened to your culture that, allows you to be in the position you are today. So all of those things are very, very important.
Wonderful. Another question. I'm sorry, I'm turning my head because it's on this other computer. In step 6, you stated it's not much what happens, but how we think about it. To what extent should we allow our experiences to impact our reactions?
It's kind of a total package, you know. I mean, some people have more experiences than others. They've been through more. So when things come up, they're able to handle them, you know, the same way they handled them before because they've been through it already. So they know how to deal with certain issues that may come up. So experiences, knowledge, information, mentorship, asking people about how you deal with that, trying to find the answers, you know, and search. It's easier to do that, especially when you have obstacles, if you know who you are. You know, if you're working from the core of who you are. And so you're able to now overcome the obstacles because you have a vision of where you want to go and who you want to become. And that really allows you to deal with tough circumstances because, you know, I feel like I know where I'm going. I have a vision of where I'm going. And I'm going to stay on track. And I'm going to set goals based on that. And I keep going back to that every time I have a tough time. I keep going back to starting all over again and repurposing the core of who I am so that I can recalibrate based on the circumstances around me.
Excellent, excellent. So another question asks, so how do we get African American and Latinx young males to begin this process of transformation when they might have had a life that was full of trauma and challenge? How do we help them begin to be on that path?
Well, that's a great question. I deal with that all the time personally. Is how do I not have pain and negativity become a design for my life? So I have to have new information. You know, and like I said in the presentation, Einstein said you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that caused it. So I have to have a different kind of thinking than how I grew up. And I've got to be able, that's why reading and education and knowledge and information is so important. And focusing on who you are and focusing on love as a foundation for organizing and making every decision in your life. Law of attraction says whatever you put out, you're going to get back. So it really is you're trying to transcend those negative experiences and get to the core of who you are and deal with the trauma and pain, you know, find the pain points and try to understand what happened to you. You know, and why you react the way you react, why you feel the way you feel. And it really is about self-discovery and self-awareness and raising your consciousness about who you are and who you can be. And when you change that paradigm, when you change that vision of who you can become, everything else starts to change in your life. And you create these new habits. So that's a constant, it takes all your life to try to figure this out. This is not just something you can just start and do overnight. It's constant work all of the time, but working on yourself as a way to empower you.
Wonderful, thank you. Another question, how do we as educators and parents and people who care about these African American and Latinx young males support them as they embrace this transformational learning and leadership development?
That's a beautiful question. The way we support people is we support ourselves first. Well, we can't give what we don't have. So if we can be better parents, you know, I have a daughter, and so she became better. There's no question when I became better. So because I'm able to impart that knowledge and that information that she needs, and we talk all the time. So our ability to be able to organize our own strengths, organize our own talents, organize our own abilities so that we have more to offer our kids and as educators, our students. You know, they're only as good as we are. And a lot of times we become, as educators, we become the role model in the classroom. You know, we become the adult that they look up to. And so our ability to be able to be the best we can be allows us to now serve other people well, regardless of who that is.
Wonderful, wonderful. Are there any self-development books that you might recommend in addition to yours?
Well, I mean, I'm a student of Stephen Covey's. I studied under him, and he teaches organizational development, the 7 Habits, which I enjoy. The Road Less Travel, is a good book for me. I've read every self-help book I could get my hands on. Brian Tracy talks about goal setting. Les Brown. I mean, I've done, Anthony Robbins, a lot of things in terms of looking for information that's going to help me. And I take pieces of it and I put it together. So what I teach, I'm not teaching motivation. I want you to be motivated. I want you to motivate yourself. What I teach you a success process, a process you can use every day in your own life that allows you to self-actualize your own potential in a step-by-step. So to me, anything that's built around who you are as a person and understanding your identity so you can become an authority and expert in your field, anything that helps you build skills, all of that is good. So we can read as much as we possibly can so we understand our trauma and our pain and what we're dealing with.
Wonderful. One more question. Is networking a tool that can help with self-actualization?
Networking is great. I mean, mentorship is great. Building relationships is key. When we talk about building a team, we're talking about building relationships. You don't pick mentors pick you. And they pick you based on your value, how you see yourself, how hard you're working on yourself. And they say, you know what, I want to invest in you. I want to invest in you because you're investing in yourself. And so your ability to be able to network and organize a team is always predicated on what you're doing in your own life. What's your vision for yourself? What are your habits like? Do you show up on time? Are you accountable? Or are you able to have common values and common goals? Are you a good communicator? So working on those things and being able to create a network around your support system so that you have clarity around your focus and what you're able to do makes it easy for somebody to say, you know what, I'm going to give you some nuggets. I'm going to work with you. I'm going to try to help you because, you're right there. You're really trying really hard. And so when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Wonderful, wonderful. About 2 more questions. You talked about forming a team. Should that team be diverse or homogenous? And I think that they're referring maybe to race around the team that you choose. How do you choose the people that are on your team?
That's a kind of an easy one in that you find people that care about you. It wouldn't make a difference what they look like, what gender they are, what race they are. Your ability to get beyond race and focus on self-actualizing your potential so you can organize yourself into a global marketplace today. So the answer would be multicultural, focus on, people that care about you in your own culture, find other people who are, going someplace, maybe in business or whatever the case would be, find entrepreneurs all over because you're doing business with all kinds of folks. So to get beyond, and this was tough for me because I had a lot of anger and rage, and I focused on external things like race and all of that. And so love, I'm not living in a hole. I don't have my head buried in a hole. So I'm very much aware of, the caste system for 400 years and all the, oppressive systems and everything. I'm very much aware of that. So is everybody else. The question is, what do you do about that? So your ability to be able to focus on understanding what's going on and to be able to, again, go back to focusing on who you are as a person so that you can begin to break through all of those barriers based on the most powerful word in the world, which is love. I mean, that's the key, is loving yourself every single day and then getting through all of the barriers that we have to go through based on um, what we should do, and these rules and those rules. Break the rules. There's no rules. There's only your ability to self-actualize and utilize the global marketplace as a way to apply the resources to you, so you can empower you, so you become the example for teaching and learning everybody everywhere.
Wonderful. And so many have asked about a train the trainer program, like how they might be able to connect with you if that exists. Is that also on your website?
We're working on that to build courses. So we're in the process of, because I used to just speak around the country. So the game has changed. So what I have to do is use this beautiful tool that we're using right now, technology, as a way to disseminate content. And that's powerful, because now you can I talked to 12,000 people, in another country, a couple of months ago. So you're able now to disseminate content all over the world. So, I just love being able to do this. And so I'm learning this. I'm not a big techie person. So I'm trying to learn this and figure out, how does this work? But I am an authority on my 9 steps. I'm an authority in my own life. I'm not just talking to people just because it's fun to talk to people. I'm doing this because I live this life. This is my story. This is my narrative. This is what I know. And so I've dedicated my life to teaching identity leadership and the 9-step success process to people all over the world, because I want them to understand what I understand, is that you're not your circumstances, you are your possibilities.
Wonderful. Well, we will send out via our Eventbrite the link to your website, and also a link to the book, so that people can see the snippet, and we'll also send the 9 steps. So thank you so much, Mr. Graham. This has been an inspirational message and just a wonderful start to our summit.
Stella, thank you so much. And thank you for having this wonderful conference. And thank you to everybody else who's been a part of this.
Wonderful. So we are going to transition now to our sessions. The first session is going to be a session that focuses on police reform. Our second session is going to focus on the impact of COVID-19 on education. And the third session is going to focus on segregation of schools. And so those will be up in just a moment. Let me just make sure our speaker is prepared and ready, and then we'll move into that session. I think we've got a couple of minutes. Jeffrey, could you play the PowerPoint, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So of course, as the devil is in the details, and the internet access in my rural town is trying to prevent us from being able to talk with each other today. So I apologize in advance if the internet goes out again. I first want to thank Professor Camille Gibson for inviting me to be a part of this magnificent event. And I'd like to thank Mr. Graham for his inspiring words that preceded this presentation. For those of you who are familiar with academics, it is always easier for us to talk long than to talk short. And so I've got a few slides here to sort of try to help keep me within the parameters of the 30-minute time limit. I do want to admit how challenging this is to discuss sort of 400 years of oppression within 30 minutes. So I will try not to talk too fast, but will try to talk fast enough that you will be able to hear much of what I have to say today. As you can see from the screen, the talk is about systemic racism in policing, what I call true confessions, and we're going to end with some potential solutions. I do want to, okay, my screen is not advancing. Okay, there we go. I do want to sort of issue two disclaimers before we delve into the topic. One is that anytime one critiques the US policing system, they're accused of being anti-police. I can tell you from my 25 years or more of teaching sworn officers that I have met some of the best human beings, not police officers, but human beings I've ever met in life. But I've also met some people that make me very afraid for the communities that they allegedly serve. Sort of an outline for the discussion today, I want us to be able to stop being in denial about the fact that systemic racism exists in policing in the United States. I want to use statements and actions and data from police departments themselves that is evidence that systemic racism exists within policing today. But I also present information from police departments that are not oppressive in the way that some of the statements that you'll see in the data that you see suggest that policing consistently is. And then I want to end the presentation with information from young people, their suggestions about how policing can be transformed or can be changed. They're fairly simplistic, but they help us better understand what can be done beyond sort of the grand suggestions for reform that are taking place: dismantling the police, defunding the police, getting rid of qualified immunity. Those grand ideas don't give us an idea about how police reform might look on the ground. Now, also the challenge I'm issuing to you is that I want you to listen to me, but also read the slides. And so that can be a little tricky. But we start with this notion that a 70-year-old white man who happens to be the U.S. Attorney General for the United States of America appeared before Congress on July 27 and said that he disagrees with the fact that there is systemic racism in policing. And the data that I'll show you indicates he is the least part of the demographic likely to experience policing in a negative way. And therefore, it is not a surprise that he would disagree with the idea that systemic policing exists. Now, there have been admissions by several high-ranking police officials, and this is sort of one of my favorites. And I have to admit that, sorry, my screen is blocking part of this quote. And so bear with me while I try to figure out how to eliminate that problem. But the notion is that this former chief of police makes this statement where he believes that it is his duty to stop young Black men on the street, and that he wants to instill fear in them, and that he wants them to be afraid that they'll be arrested, because he clearly sees them as not part of the law-abiding citizens that he is sworn to protect. That admission by former Chief Mills is the kind of thinking that launched stop and frisk, or was consistent with stop and frisk practices in New York City, which for more than 10 years resulted in hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers being stopped, sometimes questioned and frisked. And about 90% of those who were stopped were not found to be engaged in crime, and a 70 or more percent of those people who were being stopped were young Black, male and female, Black and Latino. I'm sorry, yes, Black and Latino. In addition to that confession, in the city of New York, we have caught on tape by a Latinx police officer, a deputy inspector. And a deputy inspector is a pretty high-ranking official within the police department. And he makes it quite clear that he has no problems with saying the problem, or the right people to stop in the city, are Black males between the ages of 14 and 20 or 21. This information was introduced at the stop and frisk trial, Floyd versus the city of New York, and I'm sure it is instrumental in the judge making the decision that the New York City Police Department was engaged in what she called indirect racial profiling, and were deliberately indifferent to the fact that the people they were stopping most often were young, Black, Latinx, and innocent of any wrongdoing. Now, the data that you will see in these next couple of graphics, beyond these two photos, were data that the police department turned over only after being sued. So the police department had to be sued to make public the information about who they were stopping, under what circumstances, and what the outcomes of those stops were. Now, this is a photo of stop and frisk, what it looked like in 1965 in Los Angeles. This is a photo of what stop and frisk looked like almost 30 years later in the city of New York. We note that the officers are white, the victims who are being stopped and frisked are Black. This is what stop and frisk look like across racial and ethnic categories. The orange bar is representative of those who were stopped who were Black. We see that there is an overwhelmingly disproportionate number of stops over this period that involved Black people. There is a disproportionate number that stopped involved the term that the department uses, Hispanics, and very few whites were being stopped. There had been a claim that the reason why Blacks were disproportionately stopped was because they make up such a huge proportion of individuals who are involved in serious crimes. And this demographic, we see that 88% of the people who were stopped, who were Black in 2012, were not found to be involved in any kind of crime. And even for the most serious crime of homicide, Blacks were 2,000 times or nearly 2,000 times more likely to be stopped than they were to be a suspect in homicide. Now, another explanation for the disproportionate stopping of Blacks was the notion that, well, you deploy the police in high crime neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods are disproportionately inhabited by Black individuals. However, this piece of research that was done by Jill Coven demonstrates that even in non-minority neighborhoods, Blacks were being stopped out of great proportion to their representation in the residential population of those neighborhoods, and in great disproportion to their population within the city of New York. Now, this particular slide is what I call classic racism. Despite the fact that the then Commissioner of New York Police Department, Mr. Raymond Kelly, was aware of these figures about disproportionate stopping of Blacks, he went on Nightline to say that Blacks were understopped in comparison to their involvement in crime and identification as violent crime suspects. I'm going to go back one slide so that you can see that that statement made on Nightline was not empirically true. It was not, in fact, a factual statement. Now, what's interesting about Commissioner Kelly is that 13 years earlier, he had recognized that stop and frisk was not a good policing practice. But 13 years later, he was going on television and making many, many statements about how stop and frisk was the primary reason that crime declined in New York City. So it went from being a dubious tactic to being one that was essential to policing in the city. Now, even after a 2013 lawsuit that required that the New York City Police Department reduce its use of stop and frisk, and the figures for stop and frisk declined significantly, Blacks continue to comprise more than 50% of stops and only 23% of the population. There was more parity in the number or percentage of stops that involved Latinos, but keep in mind, stops most frequently did not find any evidence of guilt of criminality. And then whites, who represented 33% of the population in New York, only comprised 11% of the stops. So in other words, the reduction in stop and frisk numerically did not benefit Blacks at all. Now, the stop and frisk paradigm was one in which the police believed, or said they believed, they were engaging in proactive policing, that they were preventing crime before it occurred. And so their excuse for continuing to use it was that if we stop using stop and frisk aggressively, then crime will increase. I don't have a slide that shows it, but for the first several years and right up into the current time, we did not see the kinds of takeoffs in violent crime that were predicted if stop and frisk were decreased. The next few slides, I want to talk to you about approaches to policing that were in fact models created by police chiefs. I call them the progressive and humanitarian police chiefs. Most of them were police chiefs of color, but 2 of them were not. And so the idea is that to improve the outcomes for young Black and Latinx males, females, and people of color in general, it becomes important for the public to make different demands on their police departments. And very often when police departments invite community leaders into meetings, they want to know what specifically can be done to change the way they interact with the public, and they will often dismiss members of the public if they come into community meetings and do not have some kind of clear plan. So these are some models that were used in other cities that if you as young people are interested in becoming organizers and you want to engage with the police, because it is the case that many urban young people don't want to engage with the police because their experiences have been so negative, you can organize to create these kinds of models, or you can request that these kinds of models be created in the police departments that serve your community. So first of all, in the city of Detroit, the police chief, former police chief, created a volunteer program where members of his police force could mentor children of incarcerated parents. In the city of Orlando, the then police chief went door to door visiting residents to invite them to a community meeting that she held. That former chief is now Congresswoman Val Demings. And in presentations that Chief Demings has given, she said she wasn't sure if anyone would come to her community meetings, but she thought it was important for her to go out into the street and actually invite people to the meetings. She began having the meetings because in a complex that had been highly policed, there was a triple homicide that she actually was able to eventually solve without kicking in doors, without treating everyone as if they were criminal. But it started with this community meeting that she invited people to by going door to door. Sometimes after the protests in the aftermath of the death of Eric Garner and Tamir Rice and Freddie Gray, San Diego Police Department was trying to decide how they could connect to their community. And so what they decided to do was to co-sponsor the Martin Luther King Day March, along with organizations like the NAACP and the American Civil Liberties Unions, as opposed to be present to police them in an oppressive way. In Houston, Texas, former chief, African-American chief Charles McClellan sponsored a phone line called Chat with the Chief. Chief McClellan said he wanted to know what was going on in the community. He wanted his community to feel connected to him. In Philadelphia, the police department worked with the community to reclaim a park and to refurbish a park that had been taken over by drug dealers. In Salt Lake, no surprise, the Salt Lake chief is one of the white progressive humanitarian chiefs. And Chief Burbank, Chris Burbank was his name, was concerned about the way his police officers were treating the immigrant community in the city. And so he did a number of things, including commission a survey which told him that the people who worked for him had a very negative image of the immigrant community. And so he began to design some retraining around how his police department was going to interact with the immigrant community. He did something that many large cities did not do. He turned down 287G funding. And if we were in person, I'd ask everyone to raise their hand who knows what 287G funding is. But it was federal money being provided to local police departments to engage in federal immigration enforcement. And Chief Burbank said, I am not going to take that money. He said, because I'm not going to treat my community as if they're criminals just based on their immigration status. Now, this is one of my favorite ideas for how we can ask the police to do something different with young people. Former Chief Ortiz from New Haven, Connecticut, actually organized youth panels to interview new police recruits. Now, it's easy to have youth who are the good kids be involved in such panels. But what has been recommended is that we involve all types of youth, youth who do well in school, who do poorly in school, youth who are involved in the court system and those who are not involved in the court system, youth who are younger, youth who are older, youth who are urban, youth who are suburban, and youth who are and are not gang involved. So the idea is if a police department is going to put together a youth panel to interview new police recruits, it can't just be the good kids. And that's air quote around good. Okay, yeah. When President Barack Obama sponsored his task force on 21st century policing, he invited many experts, and I kind of hate the word experts, to come and give testimony. I gave testimony in Phoenix, Arizona, about research on community policing. One of the takeaways from the task force report is that we must include the voices of young people in police reform efforts, because most police departments, particularly the urban ones, police young people highly. So young people are highly policed, particularly in urban settings. So they have to have a say in how policing will take place. I had the benefit of being part of the consent decree that was imposed against the city of Newark to improve its policing around a number of issues, including systemic racism, criminal activity, stop and frisk, use of force, and just overall engagement with the community. My task on the consent decree team was to interview young people and ask them two sets of questions. Ask them questions about how they were experiencing policing in Newark, and to ask them questions about what they thought would be better ways for the police to engage positively with young people in Newark, and what they thought could be done to reform the existing policing practices in the city of Newark. Now, I had the pleasure of interviewing 168 young people who ranged in age third grade to post high school. I was first rather reluctant to interact with the third, fourth, and fifth graders because I wasn't sure how articulate they would be able to be about their experience with policing and about the suggestions to improve policing. What you see is one of my favorite quotes from a third grade girl. When the young lady first said that to be mean in a nice way, I asked her, I said, well, what do you mean? How can you be mean in a nice way? And the response that she gave me was very concrete. And it is one that if we allow young people to work with those who develop curricula for police training, it makes a powerful statement. And she kind of like sucked her teeth and kind of said, don't make the angry face and don't talk loud. For those of you who are aware of what we call the warrior style of policing, we know that there are police being trained to go out into the community and aggressively interact with all of its members. If you've been following the news, you may have seen what happened on Sunday in Aurora, California, where two African-American women and their small children were all put on the ground, all handcuffed, all had weapons pointed at them during an encounter that was allegedly over a suspicion of a stolen motor vehicle. So this young lady's suggestion has more validity because there's certainly an encounter where the police should not have had guns drawn. They should not have engaged with children in the way that they did, and they should not have engaged with their parents the way that they did. We had young people who were involved in serious crimes. Some of them had robbed people, some of them had assaulted people. No one had committed a homicide. Many of them were gang involved, but we also wanted to know what they thought about policing in the city. And one of the things that a young person who had been adjudicated a felony had to say is that he wants to be treated like a person. He says, even though, excuse me, I have been convicted of committing a crime, I'm not an object. So treat me like a person, not an object. And then one of my favorites also is that a young man, excuse me, who admits that he steals. Excuse me. Admitted that he didn't want to be treated like a criminal at all times. And criminalization of youth who live in urban spaces is something that many of us, as I saw some other academic researchers on this call, find is common. If we look back, excuse me, I'm so sorry. If you recall the earlier slides, it is the case that when police stop and frisk people in New York City, particularly young people, most of them, most of the time, were not, in fact, found to be engaged in crime. But they were stopped and frisked nonetheless. And we had a deputy inspector instructing police officers, including police officers of color, to focus their attention on those young people. Yet our Attorney General says there's no systemic racism. Now, some of the ideas, again, these are rather simplistic and straightforward. They are not the overarching macro level suggestions that are being put out by media, various community-based organizations, but they are very doable ideas. And again, if you as young people who may be on this webinar are wondering what you can suggest to your police department, or I would say demand of your police department about how they can engage differently with you, these young people have provided some ideas. So many of you have probably experienced being stopped and being asked where you're coming from, where you're going to. Well, these young people said, just say hi. Don't ask me where I'm going. Ask me how I'm feeling. Say hello. Don't always ask me where I'm coming from or where I'm going. The young people in the study were interested in having the police come to their schools and give presentations. One of the teachers pulled me aside and said that the parents of some of the young people were not interested in having the police come to their schools because they felt that that would only increase the likelihood. Most of us are familiar with the notion of a school to prison pipeline, but these parents were afraid that police in schools would actually increase the likelihood that their children would have contacts with the criminal justice system in an enforcement capacity, not in a facilitative capacity. But the young people were open to having fun days with the police. They wanted to have an opportunity to interact with the police when they were not in uniform. They, which I thought this is really important, said that they wanted to have events that involved, sporting events that involved the police, but where they didn't play against the police officers, that the teams would be mixed with police officers and young people and police officers and young people rather than be competitive. And one young person just said, it's not right for the police to flip the bird. I hope everybody knows what that term means, to be flipping the bird at the civilians. Now, some of the reform suggestions, again, very straightforward. Wear bigger name tags. We know that very often communications between the police and civilians can become testy, I'll use that word, if a young person attempts to ask the officer for his or her name. And the young person who suggested that wear bigger name tags felt that you would be able to get the information you need about the police officer, his or her name, without being at jeopardy of intimidating or aggravating the officer, which could then lead to the use of force. They were very adamant that they wanted to have police who were from their neighborhood and who could relate to their story. They felt that the people who were policing their neighborhoods were not from there. Many of them were white officers in Black and Latinx communities, and that they were, in fact, those officers saw them in a racialized way. The fact that the young people wanted to know their rights, and they wanted the police to understand that they had rights, came out in several of the suggestions. But one of them was that they would co-host, that the police wouldn't be the ones telling the community what their rights are. They suggested that defense attorneys, ACLU, and other constitutional rights organizations would come in to help the police do this presentation, and that the presentation should be presented to both the youth and their parents. Of course, some of the youth lived in neighborhoods where gunshots were often fired, and so they just wanted to say, when you're called, you need to come quicker. There were some stories about 45 minutes someone would lay on the ground after being shot. There were stories about when there were gunshots fired in the neighborhood. Even if no one was struck by the bullets, the police wouldn't arrive for an hour, and then they would sort of just ride through the neighborhood and not interact. And they were very cognizant of the fact, and again, in sort of the stop and frisk context, that the police would ride through their neighborhoods, jump out on people, and then rather than say hi, how are you doing, what's going on, that they would get in people's faces. So they were asking that the police would not do that. Now, my suggestion to the monitoring team in Newark is that it was important for the police to be willing to share power with the community. The idea that the police have all the power and that people in the community must do as they say was a recurring theme. And we've seen from the various cases of death and the handling of protests in the aftermath of so many deaths that there is this problem with the sharing of power. So I suggested that sessions would be led by young people and the police would be the audience, that the young people would have an opportunity to say to the police, this is what you do in my community that I don't like, and these are my suggestions for how you could police my community differently. There were also, my suggestion is that youth and police could present together to the general audience, because part of the problem in the city of Newark, and I suspect in other urban spaces, is that adults are fearful of young people, even when they're not doing anything wrong. And that this presentation with the police and youth together to the general audience would help reduce some of that fear and negative communications. Now, a common theme from the discussion is that the young people wanted the police to care about the people in their community, care about them, care about the others in their community, but they were very clear. They wanted that care to be in a compassionate way, because when you engage with police, very often they'll use the term public safety, and they will believe that if they say public safety, that means that they are, whatever they decide to do to produce public safety should be okay, which means that even if they act in a domineering way, that is their way of caring about the community. So we make this distinction between compassionate care and domineering care. And it's a very important thing. Now, I sort of want to thank you for having listened and endured my, I don't know what that was I was having for a second there. I'd like to open it up to questions. And I think, Stella, you are going to handle it from here. So
yes, I'm going to ask you the questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Jones-Brown, for that amazing presentation. Very informative. I have two questions for you. One is there any data that suggests that there is a correlation with the change of title from cops to law enforcement officers and racial discrimination, police brutality?
I am not aware of any data that sort of shifts the focus of policing less from race, more to race, because the history of policing, for the benefit of those who do not know, has been traced back to slave patrols in the United States. And so it has always been the mission of policing on some level to contain and control Black people and other populations that they deem as the dangerous classes. And we know that over time that is include any non-white population at some level. The Chinese experience policing in a negative way. Spanish-speaking people have experienced policing in a negative way. We now can see that even prior to 9/11, but essentially since 9/11, Muslim communities have experienced policing in a negative way. So unfortunately, policing has, for more than 400 years, been a mechanism for enforcing racial dominance, often termed white supremacy, in the United States and elsewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question. Are there any conversations happening regarding how prosecution attorneys are accepting referrals to the system at disproportionate rates?
So I'm not quite clear what the meaning of that question is, but I can tell you, former prosecutor, prosecutorial discretion is a mechanism by which policing reform can occur or can be impeded. So I'm going to give you a specific example. In New York City, under the stop and frisk regime, young people of color were being stopped and arrested for trespass on particularly the grounds of public housing if they couldn't demonstrate that they lived there. And these would be formal arrests that would go on their record and would haunt them for the rest of their lives. One Black DA made the decision that she would not accept any more arrests for trespass unless the officer appeared in front of her and gave a verbal affidavit and written affidavit as to why he or she made that arrest. Needless to say, trespass arrests went down in the district where she served.
Thank you. That was a great example of how prosecutors can make a difference with this challenge. Another question that we have are community policing partnerships where civilian members of high crime neighborhoods work collaboratively with police to create proactive solutions to problems, a viable option?
Yes, the short answer is yes. And the long answer is it depends on how they're put together. When I appeared before President Obama's task force on 21st century policing, one of the points that I made is that often when we talk about community policing partnerships, there are a set of what I call usual suspects. They are the store owners or the business owners, the people who go to church, the people who are employed, and the people who own homes. But policing, particularly in urban spaces, often is applied against people who are unemployed, who are homeless, who do not own business, who do not own homes, and who are young and who may not have a religious affiliation. And to leave them out of the conversations or the partnerships for community policing is particularly problematic. Formerly incarcerated persons are often left out of those partnerships, and they are perhaps the most knowledgeable about how to better foster a relationship with communities so that particularly young people, but all people who are experiencing trauma and disadvantage aren't funneled into the correctional system.
Wonderful. One participant asked if the findings from your youth interviews are available publicly.
They are, and I'm so sorry I didn't get the URL, but the monitoring team for the Newark Police Department consent decree has a website, and the full report is available on that website.
And we can get that and send that out on the Eventbrite link to the email to everyone. Another question, do you feel the act of Floyd brought us to this place today, and why? Now that we're here today, how will we get our African American and Latinx males to understand our country is in a state of trauma?
I think that most African American males and Latinx males and females, people who live in urban spaces, have been in a state of trauma, much of it brought about by policing for a very long time. The bigger structural issues that have left those spaces without jobs, without good food or nutrition. I love the development of this concept of food deserts, but there's so many pieces of research across academic disciplines that have demonstrated I call them the cruel and unusual lives that are being lived in urban spaces in particular that are not of their making. And someone came up with the idea that the police could somehow control and contain these people who are suffering. And what happened, no matter what device the police or strategy the police have devised in recent years, their use of broken windows policing, stop and frisk policing, predictive policing, various kinds of proactive policing has actually added to that trauma and to that disadvantage as opposed to resolving it. And so then they've been left with nothing more in their toolkit than what we call warrior style policing, the use of force against people who are already disadvantaged, disenfranchised, and disengaged from the sort of larger beneficial structure of American life. And there are those who believe and behave in ways that they think that people deserve the treatment that they receive. There is some behavior that has been produced by this disadvantage that must be addressed in some kind of formal and forceful way. But as we saw the data for stop and frisk, the people who are on the receiving end of most modern policing are not, most of the people are not involved in serious crime or delinquency. And we know from mass shootings that involve mostly white males, there are people who are more dangerous or as dangerous, and they are not being subjected to the kind of treatment that young, Black, Latinx people in urban spaces are.
Thank you, Dr. Jones-Brown. The last question, there's much discussion about defunding the police. Is this even feasible on a large scale?
So you know, in the modern day, everything gets truncated into, you know, some short words, right? So the actual idea is what's called justice reinvestment. That if we stop spending so much money on policing and put that money on the front end, improve education, improve healthcare, improve the well-being of people in, you know, highly challenged communities, then there would be less reason to spend so much money on policing. I have a poem that there's not time to read. I'll share it with Stella, and it can be sent out via Eventbrite. But I call it the American cop-out, how Black people experience of policing in America. And there's so many things that food, housing, good education, jobs, there's so many things that the funding that has been being spent on policing could be redirected toward that would, should reduce the need for so much police activity. But those things aren't funded now because we spend billions of dollars on policing to end up where we were in the 60s with protests, some peaceful, some violent, and we haven't been able to sustain any real change in policing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jones-Brown. That was an amazing presentation, very informative, and we will send out those references that you mentioned to all of the audience. So we didn't get to all the questions.
Thank you.
But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are now going to transition to our next session. So Dr. Andrea McDonald.
I am here.
You're here? Okay. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for having me this morning. First, I want to extend my gratitude and thanking Dr. Kwasi for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. especially that we're dealing with the youth. Thanks to the presenters before, Dr. Jones Brown and Mr. Stedman Graham. So today I was asked to talk about the education system and the COVID-19 pandemic. So my topic for today is COVID-19 impact on the education system and future direction for African American and the Latinx youth. So there are three objectives or three things that I hope to do today during this discussion. I will first provide an overview of COVID-19 pandemic, then describe the impact of COVID-19 on teachers, students, and parents, then provide some recommendation and talk about future implications. So as we all know, COVID-19, we are all suffering from COVID-19, where we are practicing social distancing, and that's the reason why we are here via the internet. So COVID-19 started sometime last year in a small town in Wuhan, China. It affects the human respiratory system, and it can actually spread from person to person. So one of the things that CDC recommend is that we practice social distancing if we're in the public, or for most part, we need to stay home just to stop the spread of this virus. They are still trying to figure out what are some of the causes, but they still haven't got to that point as yet. So another thing that they recommend that we have to wear our mask just to prevent the spreading of the COVID virus. Other things that they also recommend, but I will not go in depth into what were some of the things we need to do to prevent COVID virus. But as of this morning, when I watched the news, we have more than 7,000 cases around, 700,000 cases around the world. Sorry, not thousand, but millions of cases around the world. But we have many thousands of deaths. So with that being said, what does that mean for the student or for the schools? But before I can look what is happening to the school, I would prefer to provide some overall numbers on what is happening with our student population. So if you can recall, COVID-19 was declared as a pandemic in March, I think it's March 11, 2020. This was for us in Texas, it was right after spring break when you said we need to go home and try to practice social distancing where we're gonna work from home. So student population, and here what the message I'm trying to show here, because we're talking about the Latinx and the African American youth, I'm trying to show showing the race and ethnicity spread out within the school population. So if you look at the graph, you actually see where African American and Hispanic, they're at the lowest level of the student body. We looked at, I'm showing on here, educational attainment among the adults, and I'm still looking at African American and Hispanic population. Here, this slide is actually showing high school education, 2 to 3 years, and we are also looking at male and female. Again, the numbers, they're still down. So what does this all mean for, this one is post secondary education attainment. Some of the population that has some college or even a doctoral degree. So the reason why I'm showing this, I'm just showing this slide for us to know, to see where we were and what would be some of the impact on COVID-19 on the education system. Not only does I'm showing the population, but I'm also showing there are several disparities within the school system. Here on my slide, I'm showing the disparities where African Americans and Latinx population, they are at a disadvantage. Disparity basically means there's actually some unequal access or unequal access to resources that are available, or unequal treatment within our society. So within the school system, one, we already know that African American, the school system is lacking representation of Black personnel. The literature is also telling us that students associate well if they have, or they will perform extremely well if they have someone who are like themselves. We also have Black and Hispanic population. They have limited access to programs such as gifted and talent program. According to the National Education Statistic, it said that in 2019, 38% of students, or 38% of students within the school are offer AP classes or AP courses, but only 29% actually enrolled in these courses. Also, another thing that the literature is saying that in 2015, 61% of the ACT tests, our African American student who test, did not meet the um, benchmark for the ACT. Here on my screen, I'm also showing um, that Black and African Americans are 2 times likely to be suspended from school without any form of educational service. Another interesting thing that's in the literature is that African Americans we have officers in our schools, right? Law enforcement officers are, according to the Office of Civil Rights, 1.6 million students are attending school with a sworn law officer, but no counselor. According to the National School Counselor Association, one counselor should actually be seeing 250 students. However, the literature is showing that 491 students to one counselor. This is a disparity because the students need to have counselor. We are having officers, but we're not providing the support they actually need. Also, did you know that students in school, for example, African American boys, they are 3 times likely to be suspended from school compared to a white male student or a white boy. When it comes to the girl or Black girls, 6 times likely to be suspended from school. So now that we understand what is going on with the school and within the disparity, what does that mean with the COVID pandemic? Now that we are out of school and working from home, most definitely the gap will be widened because of the different disparities. So in this section, I will actually focus on the operational changes. I'll talk about, make some recommendation for teachers, and then I will go into recommendation for the entire school system. So many of us who are listening maybe can recall that once we heard that the news that we need to start practicing social distancing, some of the schools were closing and we need to start operating from our home. This was very frightening for many of us because one, we have to pack up everything that we have in our office and then move into our very home in order to do our work. If I can recall moving everything from my office and moving into your home sometimes is very challenging, especially if you have other kids and you have students in your home. So that means moving from campus to in-home, we have to have internet access, we have to have access to a computer, and also the resources that is needed in order to be an effective teacher in order to help our students. What happened to our school system, or not to the school system, but to the leaders? This forced many leaders to start creating new directions to accommodate us as instructors and also students. One of the things that was that they had to do is move all the courses to the online platform. Many of us use maybe Blackboard, Canvas, or Moodle. That was very new to some instructors. And it was also frightening because they had never taught a class before online or even trained to do online. I can recall this semester, luckily for me, I had some training in Canvas and Moodle. One of my students, I can recall, very active in class. And after the pandemic, I realized the student wasn't showing up because I was still meeting my students during the same time that it was designated from the beginning of the semester. And that student actually said he didn't have access to a internet or to the course because of where he was living. He was living in a rural community, but luckily um, he had the internet company, which I will not say, decided to give students a year of access. So there he could be able to join, and some days he would join on his cell phone. So now that we understand what was happening, what were some of the implications on the teachers, students, and parents? One of the things I know for teachers, they are working long hours. They're having sleepless nights just to make sure that their students are getting the right content. Again, as I said, we all suffer from fear because we didn't know what our class would look like, changing the whole dynamics of face-to-face teaching to an online class. So now it leaves us to start looking at listserv to see what other individuals are doing. So problems that teacher faces communicating with student. And as I said before, the problem could be not having having internet access at home. For the student themselves, they are also fearful because they don't know what to expect because they have never taken an online course before. They are also suffering from isolation and physical engagement. We are in class, so we normally engage, we normally create discussion, we normally create group activities for them to participate in. So now they are in their home trying to learn everything for themselves. Because of this, they're sitting long hours around the computers, just trying to understand and figure out what is going on. Another thing that is affecting our students is the lack of technology access and sometimes poor nutrition. I know if the students are not well nourished, then they will not able to learn. Another thing about nutrition, this past summer when I had a discussion with some of my students, they were talking about living on campus. They normally depend on the food that is on campus. So now that they're off campus, they are forced to purchase food away from campus, but yet some of the restaurants, they're still closed. Also, the parents themselves has problem. Parents are acting like teachers. And as we see before in my previous slides, the teachers, we have a lot of persons who have low levels of education. And now, what is going to happen to our students if our parents are acting like teachers? Parents are not only acting like teachers, but they are working long hours in order to fulfill their family obligations. Some of them are mentally and physically tired of what is happening with the COVID pandemic. They also have having problem not accessing the course or the information that the teachers need. So there are some messages that I would like to talk to my teachers about. Teachers in the classroom, the first thing we'll need to know our students. Some of our students are first generation students. This means they have no help at home and they're trying to improve themselves by registering for a class and trying to earn a degree. Another thing that is affecting the student could be sharing their device with their other siblings. So some homes have more than one student registered in schools, so they have to be sharing their device. Limited access to internet is a big problem to especially some of my students who are in the rural community. So what we are going to have to start, our school will need to start doing is decentralizing technology, maybe short term, so we can improve the students learning. Also, in our classroom, we will have the motivated and the unmotivated students. Now we are no longer in the classroom, so we are forced to create a total different platform and a total different way in which we teach or reach our students. So what are some of the things that I'm suggesting or would suggest that we do in order to engage and to motivate our students? First thing we have to think, how can we diversify this classroom? How can we reach those students who don't have access and how those who don't have access and those who are not fast, but they are the slower students. So we need to diversify the way we teach the classroom. As you see on my screen, many of us are using Zoom or WebEx in order to reach our students. So what I would encourage the teacher or teachers, first thing you will want to do on the first day of class, maybe you'd want to be in your classroom at least 30 to 15 minutes prior to the starting time. Welcome our students. Not just welcoming our students, but try to learn their name and greet them with a smile. And continue to do this throughout the entire semester. This way your student would feel like they're connecting with my teacher. My teacher is always welcoming. Another thing that I would suggest that you do is learn their learning style. Try to design a course where you're going to reach all the different persons depending on the way they learn and depending on the way they study. I know this is a lot of work for us as instructors, but we're going to have to find some way so no child get left behind when it comes to education. And our goal is to basically promote our students and uplift them, show them the right way, and provide the necessary content that they need in order to be the successful person who they want to be. Another thing that we're going to have to do, we're going to have to start providing assignments that are engaging. So here on my screen, I also showed the Kahoot. This is one of my favorite tools that I used. And I actually used it during the last half of my semester. And my students really provided great feedback. They said because they were so engaged, they tend to be there. So I allow the students to be the facilitators of the COVID-19, not the COVID-19, but facilitators of the Kahoot. I would assign them a topic and have them create questions or have them present and use Kahoot to interact with the class. What I would also do as an instructor, I would actually have the students, those who participated in the Kahoot, we have prizes that would give on a daily basis. When I said prizes, sometimes who is going to be the next person? If you are the winner, this is what you will do. So it's going to be you as the instructor to personalize your class in order to engage. Another thing that I'm suggesting is showing some form of compassion. Compassion, but remain to maintain the rigor. Compassion. Remember, majority of our students, especially those who are at the tertiary level, we are dealing with individuals who are students, they are parents, and they also have other obligations. So the mere fact that they register for our classes and they are there to learn, we need to show some compassion. When I said show some compassion, we have to think about how can we make this manageable for our students. Students are suffering from losing loved ones. They are not living the same lifestyle as they did prior to COVID-19. Maintaining the rigor, meaning that we're going to have an assignment and we have a special topic. Try to provide that in chunks. Normally, within a classroom, in the face-to-face setting, we'd provide the assignment and expect the student to complete the assignment. No, we're going to have to make them in small chunks, ask the students to provide feedback. So some of the ways in which we can do this is create discussion. We can provide more videos and ask them to critique those videos and have other students engage. Refrain from being too judgmental. We don't want to judge our students because we don't know what they are going through, and especially with the high death rate and the COVID pandemic, we're going to try to refrain from being too judgmental. Normally, we're in the classroom setting, we would say, oh, the student didn't show up to class, and maybe because the student don't want to do the work. But now we have to remember there are other factors surrounding our teaching. What does this all mean for the African American and the Latinx group? Now that we understand what is going on with the teachers, first, we're going to have to start creating programs to help the Latinx and the Latinx and the African American population. remember, they already have several odds against them because they are, one, always being suspended without any form of program. That means they're going to be behind, because if you're going to suspend a student and not providing the content that they need, obviously persons who are going to school will be ahead of the game. So we're going to have to find ways on how to create and to support these students. Technology, for those who are from low-income household, we're going to have to try to identify those students and provide ways on how to help them reach their goal, and how for them to get the content that we're covering within the classroom. Not only that, we are in a society, we're living in a time where students are experiencing debt, they're experiencing real life issues, they're experiencing their own emotion, trying to get through life. So mental health care is going to be needed for our African American and Latinx population. We're going to have to start creating positions for counselors, or have counselors who are talking to these students so that they can maintain their mental health and move forward within their education journey. We will also need to include parents in the mix. Parents, especially for some of those who have kids who are in high school or in junior high school or even K through 12, we're going to have to establish ways on how to communicate with the parents. One, maybe we need to develop culturally appropriate messages. We don't want to overwhelm the parents with information about their students. Not only do we want to provide information, we also need to have the parents not going from different applications to application. We want to keep our information within a central environment. This way, our students and parents can easily have access. And again, because we have parents who are playing so many roles, within their life, we need to make it easier for the parents so they can actually help their student, as well as how we as instructors want to see our student excel in our classes. We're going to have to provide information that to show parents on how to be successful within the school environment. So research, many of us are researchers ourselves, and this pandemic provide opportunities for new avenues for your research. It doesn't matter what area you're teaching, there's also opportunities for research. One of my research areas is looking at youth, or looking at youth development. What are the resources are available for them? One of the things I did this summer with my intern is actually looked at the research. I was pretty much interested in digital divide and what's happening in K through 12, especially in rural communities. Well, the literature, as we know, that talks about within rural communities, they have limited access to education, limited access to healthcare, limited access to food, and so now I'm interested in what's going on with this population if there's a limited of access, and then COVID pandemic is here, that restricting their access to all the different resources that they need to be a healthy individual, and also to be an effective student. So one thing I did was I did a systematic literature review. So that systematic literature review was done by my undergraduate interns and myself. So we went to the Purview Library and we looked at the Science Direct, EBSCO, Host, and ProQuest to see what is out there, just curious to see what is out there. So we set some parameters. The parameters, the article must be published in academic journal or peer-reviewed journal. The article must talk about K through 12. It must mention something about digital divide. We find 264 articles. We restrict all these articles to what published in the US. Our first search, we received 364 articles. So from those articles, after we remove duplicates and not meeting our inclusion criteria, we only end up with one article. I reported this only because there are room for opportunities. My research has some limitation. COVID pandemic is new. People are still trying to figure out what is happening within the school system. So there wouldn't be a lot of data out there on digital divide, especially within a short time. Our search was in June, and the COVID pandemic in itself was declared on March 11, 2020. So that was a limitation for our study. But the opportunity still remains that our search suggests that we need to focus more within the academic area to see how our students are doing. From that findings, I didn't talk about my findings. From that research, that one article, only one article was published. The article was published in Alaska, and it was an interview with one teacher actually talking about their overload experience or how they had to change their class around in order to meet the challenges with the COVID pandemic. Also, another thing that I gained from the article, it was an qualitative with observation. So the researcher observed what was going on within the classroom via Zoom, and they also have the person outline their daily schedule. Yes, this is very important, but we still need a lot more research in the areas to see what are African American and our Latinx students, what is working from what is not working, and what can we do to promote the education system within the education system and our students. So there are some recommendations and future direction that I think we should talk about. So we should start examining factors that contribute to the success of ethnic and racial minority students, because they are, based on my first couple slides, they are the ones who are behind because of various reasons. Teachers, we will also need a teacher-student dynamic that are associated with discipline and academic achievement gaps. So depending on your discipline, we need to identify some gaps and how to fulfill those gaps. We also need to promote high quality bilingual education, especially for those who cannot speak English. It is also important for those English speakers to learn some of the Spanish or the different languages. Another thing that I would suggest that we need to have opportunities for persons with disabilities. How can we reach those persons with disabilities? We are trying to diversify the classroom, but students with disabilities, we also need to include those students so they can be at exactly where they need to be. As I said, or I mentioned before, technology is a big thing in our education right now, and we will need to find out what are some of the ways or some of the things impacting the communication between teachers and teaching and learning. In other words, at the beginning of the semester, or at the beginning of my teaching, once it was COVID, many of my students had problem logging on during a particular time of the day. So what I did, I actually recorded my courses, and I was teaching 2 sections of the same thing. So I allowed those students who were in my 2 o'clock class to join my 6 o'clock class. So this way we can communicate and we can engage with our students. Another thing that's going to needed is more training for student, faculty, and staff. Student will need to be trained on all these new learning platform, as well as faculty. Prior to COVID-19, many faculty had no training and teaching online. Everything was just pushed or forced on them. And because of that, it's taking a longer time for them to develop, or some processes are moving ahead, but then we're still learning while we are moving along. So that would be important for us to start focusing on as a system and in general. These are my references, and I would like to acknowledge the interns that work with me this semester, Ms. Victoria Fields and Diamonisha Johnson, Ms. Kimberly Gay for providing her support through our literature search, and to the Department of Health and Kinesiology here at Peruvian University, and to the Child at Risk organization, and to the Juvenile Crime and Prevention Center, and also the MAH3. So thank you all for listening. Do you have any question?
Thank you so much, Dr. McDonald. That was a great presentation. There are questions that are coming through. So the first question, do you have any statistics on rates of retention by race because of attendance behavioral issues?
No, not right now, but I can provide it to you.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Another question, might Black and Latinx male students be less likely to participate in peer leadership activities? And if so, how do we motivate them to participate in those activities?
I don't think they're less likely. It's just reaching those individuals where they are. Sometimes we're not understanding the student, and sometimes it's a communication barrier. So if we can meet the student exactly where they are and take them from that particular spot to another spot and create activities that are culturally appropriate. Culturally appropriate activity will actually engage those students.
Thank you. So you gave many recommendations for how educators can support students through the pandemic with all of the challenges. Like what, through your research, what do you think the most important or impactful thing we can do as educators to support our students, either in P through 12 or in higher ed?
To support our students, one thing that we can do is to, as I said, engage them. Try to meet them where they are. For example, during the pandemic, it was new to my students. They were all freaking out, trying to figure out, what am I going to do about class, about my activities? One thing that I did was to create additional time to meet, or set up time to have one-on-one engagement with my students. So trying to have one-on-one engagement, trying to understand who your, as I said, who your students, know your students. And once you start knowing who your students are, you will start gaining all that knowledge. That way you can meet them and try to bring them to where you want to be. Because I know with this technology and virtual, these students can become lonely. So we need to have maybe additional tutorial times for those students.
Thank you. We have another question. Is it normal in other places, as it is here in Houston, for schools to have more law enforcement officers on campus than resource officers, counselors, nurses, and even librarians? Is it common for elementary schools here for schools to have no library and shared counselors and nurses? So based on your research, have you seen that?
No, so maybe that's an opportunity, avenue where researchers may want to look at to see is there any difference within that area.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions for Dr. McDonald? I have a question. So as educators, I mentioned this sort of, but I want to circle back around to it, because I think we're trying to focus in on solutions, and you provided many of them in your presentation. So as someone who will most likely be teaching online in the fall, if I wasn't tech savvy and I didn't know what exactly I needed to do, how would you suggest that I approach looking at the fall, because in the spring it was kind of like we were all in disaster mode. You know, we were just trying to make it through, but now in the fall we've had a little bit of time to think about how we structure. So could you give us the short list of those recommendations again?
Okay. One, I think, how do we structure? So let's look at what happened just as COVID. We had to move away from our office to our inner home. We had no training. Some of us had no training. They were all forced on us. We were just trying to go find something that is happening on the internet. Some of the assignment that we assigned, they were too long, right? They weren't reading. The students had a hard time trying to complete those, and which us as instructor, we had problems or issues trying to meet some of the deadlines based on the amount of stuff that we are doing. Because initially we could just meet and talk, but now we have to be writing, which requiring more brain power. However, where would I find information? Most schools, as we do here at Purview, they're providing training for many of the instructors. So you can be certified in creating your online platform. On your online platform, don't just have your class there running, have your information lined out, but check in with your student on a daily basis. One of the techniques that they talked about is trying to provide opportunity for feedback. So in my online course that I'm trying to develop, I have what we call the modest area where students can actually talk about what concept that they didn't get on that particular day. And then I'm gonna have other student reply, and also myself trying to navigate the entire system. So there are many ways on how to get training. As I said, the schools themselves are providing training, especially on the different teaching and learning platform that they are using.
Wonderful. I've got another question. You spoke of learning styles. Mm-hmm. Are there learning styles that are specific to African American and Latinx communities? Cultural norms, perhaps?
Each individual has a different learning style or studying habits. So I wouldn't say it's Latin American and Latinx and African American. What I'm trying to say is the individual, because what we are trying to do is to build our individuals or build our students, because they are going to be the leaders of the next generation. So we need to provide them, we need to engage them, and we need to interact with them and know their personal learning styles.
Wonderful. We've got a question. Many want to refer to your PowerPoint presentation. Is that possible for us to send that presentation to the participants?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, fantastic. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I believe we have one more question. What did COVID-19 reveal about the digital divide?
Oh, what did it reveal about the digital divide? COVID-19 revealed that we had initially, as are some of the older instructors or my persons who are like my parents, they had no clue on how to go onto the internet or understand what to do with the internet. So what the COVID-19 does is provide an opportunity for everybody to learn how to use a computer, how to use the high-tech phone, and also how to search the internet, because now that's the only means of communication. Because some of us, we have our families all over the world, and because of the COVID pandemic, now we are using Zoom to have more family gathering and discussion.
Absolutely. Just to follow up to that, what did it reveal about students? So in terms of their ability to transition easily to online learning?
Okay, for me, what it reveals about students, not sure if they'll take their coursework more, think about it in a way where it's like, I'm not going to class. But one thing I do realize from my class, 80% of my students last semester, they were online doing their work, or they would come to this different session that I organized. So it reveals, one, students will actually save time driving and getting ready to come to the classroom. It also revealed for me, what I learned from it is that we have to protect the student privacy while they're on using the technology, because sometimes they're just there because, okay, I'm still in bed and I need to hear what my teacher is saying. So it brings the education within in the comfort of their own home.
That's great. Another aspect that I've heard that the COVID revealed in terms of the digital divide is the lack of access that many people have. Can you speak a little to that?
Yes, lack of access. I'm going to give an example, two examples I have. I have one where my student this semester, and it was my program planning class, the student was very active while we were meeting face to face. And for some reason, after the COVID pandemic, I had to reach out to that student just to see what was happening. And one of the things the student said, I normally use the internet on campus. I normally use the computers on campus. So because of the COVID pandemic, I can no longer have access to my course as I used to. So I'll just do it whenever I have access. So that's a big challenge that we're going to be up against as instructors.
Thank you very much, Dr. McDonald. That was a very informative presentation. We have a couple more minutes. Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. McDonald? If there was one thing, Dr. McDonald, that you would like us to take away from your presentation, what would it be?
Okay, so from this presentation, really I want us to, my listeners to take away from this presentation is who our students are, what are they challenged with, and how can we make this manageable for them instead of putting additional stress. For me, I personally believe that learning should be fun, and if it's fun, although we have all the different things are different issues around our own personal life, we should be engaging our students. Try to provide activities that the students will not look at it as if, oh, wow, I have to study for this exam tomorrow. Yes, they will need to study, but let's look at it at a more fun-based and learning at the same time. Also, we need to remember our Latinx and our Hispanic, African American, they are at the lower spectrum of the educational level, and we need to bring them up to where the whites or the Caucasians are. And personally, as an instructor, I think we should, I know it's a lot for us as instructor and as well as the students, we're gonna have to change our entire way of teaching, change our curriculum in order to meet our student needs. I know this is it's a lot of things that is asking of us to do, but it's going to take some time. But over a period of time, everything will come together and you will be proud about what you have done for your students.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. McDonald. We are going to transition to our third session, and that is Ms. Valerie Stern. Ms. Stern, are you ready to share your screen?
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Dr.
Good morning.
Okay. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Is it? Okay. All right.
It's perfect.
Okay, great. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Fraser Kouassi and Dr. Smith for the invitation to present here today. It is an honor to be here, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share my research with you all. Also, sincere thanks to Mr. Graham, Dr. Jones-Brown, and Dr. McDonald for sharing your research and wisdom this morning. I learned a lot. So I'm going to dive into my PowerPoint and research in just a few minutes, but I want to give you some context of this work first. I'm a second-year PhD student at the University of Texas in Austin in education policy. Before returning to graduate school last year, I spent 15 years working in schools as a teacher and then as an administrator. I started really looking at school segregation about 5 years ago. Working in Austin ISD, I couldn't help but notice how segregated our schools were. I had young kids at the time as well, and so schools, which ones were good and where families were enrolled, this was often the topic of conversations I was having with my peers. And I noticed that these conversations were full of coded language. Race was never explicitly spoken about, but it definitely had an impact on which schools were perceived as good among white parents in Austin. After thinking about this and speaking to anyone who would listen, I finally decided to back up my assumptions with numbers. I downloaded all the demographic data on the schools in Austin and I analyzed it in a spreadsheet, and what I found shocked me. I knew that we were segregated, but I hadn't realized how segregated. I spoke to everyone I could about this issue. My friends, my family, strangers that I cornered at dinner parties. The reactions were really interesting. Every white person that I spoke to about this was surprised, and no Black or Hispanic person was shocked. They knew about segregation in Austin. Shortly after this, I heard Nicole Hannah-Jones on the This American Life episode, The Problem We All Live With, and it covered exactly this issue. I knew I had to do something about it, so I put my data up on a webpage and started Integrated Schools Austin. Last year, I went back to school full-time to study school segregation. I was incredibly lucky to get internships with both Representative Gina Hinojosa, who was interested in investigating patterns of school segregation in the state and looking for policy solutions, as well as IUPRA, the Institute for Urban Policy Research and Development at UT. With the support of my colleagues at IUPRA, I was able to analyze segregation patterns in the whole state of Texas, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. Just for your reference, all of the citations are included in the last slides of the PowerPoint, and I can share this PowerPoint with anyone who's interested. So for this presentation, I'm going to start by briefly overviewing the research on how racial segregation affects both educational opportunities and outcomes. And then I'm going to dive into my research into racial disparities in elementary school poverty in Texas. And finally, I will speak about the policies that have entrenched segregation within schools and possible policy solutions. So social scientists have been studying the effects of segregated schools for more than half a century, and I'm briefly going to discuss some of those findings here. One of the biggest issues that schools that serve primarily non-white students is that they do not get equitable resources, as Dr. McDonald spoke about in her presentation. The finding in Brown v. Board that separate schools are inherently unequal is still true today. Adamson and Darling Hammond in 2012, as well as Goldhaber et al. In 2015, found that teachers at high poverty schools generally have less experience and less qualifications than their peers in integrated or low poverty schools. Holm and Jabbar found in 2018 that teacher turnover is much higher in high poverty schools. Let's see. Iesco and Orfield in 2015, Logan et al. In 2012, and Knight in 2019 all found that high poverty schools often receive less funding. This is largely dependent on the state policy. Some states have much more equitable funding than others. In addition to funding through taxes, there are also discrepancy in funding through donations and parent fundraising. I know that here in Austin, the wealthiest PTAs raise more than $100,000 a year, serving mostly white, well-off students, while many of the PTAs in Title I schools have budgets of less than $1,000 or are non-existent. Murray et al., as well as Elpis and Grisey, both in 2019, showed disparities in these type of in-kind donations to schools. This type of fundraiser is just another way for inequity and opportunity to occur. There are also disparities in the curriculum being taught. Students in high poverty schools have less access to advanced curriculum. Klugman in 2013 found this. So these disparities in resources lead to disparities in outcomes. Numerous studies, including Brown-Jeffy 2006, Behrens and Penalosa 2010, and others have shown that students in high poverty schools have lower achievement levels on academic measures than their peers in integrated or low poverty schools. In a study in 2019, Reardon et al. Demonstrated that the areas that had larger racial disparities in school poverty also had larger achievement gaps. And Johnson in 2011 found that students who attend high poverty schools are more likely to drop out of high school and less likely to attend post-secondary school. These impacts go beyond educational outcomes. He also found that students who attend high poverty schools have lower life earnings and even poor health outcomes than their counterparts in integrated schools. So I don't want to imply that integrated schools are just beneficial for brown and black students. They're good for all students. So one thing that has been found is that students who attend integrated schools have better skills, ability to work with people from different backgrounds, which is really important for the 21st century workforce. And they're also more likely to engage in democratic processes like voting. They also have less implicit bias, and they're more likely to seek out diverse spaces later in life. And this is from Mickelson and Nkomo, 2012, Wolfer et al., 2016, and Tropa and Saxena, 2018. Also, Margaret Hagerman found that white children who attend diverse schools have more nuanced views on race and more willingness to engage in conversations about race and racism. White children whose parents intentionally taught them about racism, but who attend mostly white schools, were still less likely than white students from integrated schools to engage in conversations about racism. So because of all this evidence on the effects of segregation on opportunities and outcomes, I wanted to find out about disparities in school poverty across Texas. So I downloaded demographic data on all public schools in Texas, both charter and district, from the 2018 Texas Academic Performance Reports, or TAPER, from the Texas Education Agency website. I used the percent of economically disadvantaged students as a proxy for poverty. Because concentrated poverty has such an impact on opportunities and outcomes, I wanted to find if there were disparities in what Black students and Hispanic students were experiencing in school poverty compared to what white students experienced in the state. I focused on students in elementary schools for this report because the impacts of segregation are more pronounced in the early grades, and because within school segregation can be masked in middle and high schools due to tracking. So this line represents the 63% of students in public elementary schools in Texas who receive free or reduced lunch and are deemed economically disadvantaged. If these students were distributed evenly across all elementary schools in Texas, then all elementary schools would have 63% economically disadvantaged students in their school population, and all students would experience the same level of school poverty. This isn't the case, however. Black elementary students in Texas go to schools that are on average 70% economically disadvantaged. Hispanic students, elementary students, attend schools that are on average 74% economically disadvantaged, and while white students attend schools that are on average 44% economically disadvantaged. Again, this isn't about the percent of Black, Hispanic, or white students that experience family poverty and are economically disadvantaged themselves. This is about the percent of economically disadvantaged students at their schools. So even though Black, Hispanic, and white students experience different levels of family poverty, everyone could experience the same level of school poverty if our schools were integrated. In Texas, there are big racial disparities in school poverty. Black elementary students, as you can see here, attend schools that are on average 26 percentage points higher in school poverty than white elementary students, while Hispanic elementary students attend schools that are 30 percentage points higher in school poverty than white elementary school students. So of course, it would be impossible to evenly distribute all economically disadvantaged students across the state. Some areas of the state have much higher levels of poverty than others, and the schools in those areas reflect the poverty of, levels of the region. There are also differences in poverty within regions. Neighborhoods have very different levels of poverty due to a history of policies that have encouraged racial and economic housing segregation. So after I calculated the statewide gaps, I wanted to look at gaps within regions. So I calculated the average percent of economically disadvantaged students at schools for white, Black, and Hispanic students for every county in the state. The rates of school poverty within each county were compared in order to examine where racial disparities were more pronounced and where student groups were generally experiencing similar rates of school poverty. So populations within counties are more similar than the demographic spread across the whole state. So typically, gaps were smaller within counties than the statewide gap. The average difference between what white and Black students were experiencing in school poverty in the same county was 20 percentage points versus 26 in the state. And additionally, the average difference between what white and Hispanic students were experiencing in school poverty in the same county was 23 percentage points versus 30 in the whole state. So then I wanted to look at the difference between small, medium, and large counties. So most counties within the state have less than 1,000 elementary students or students in elementary schools, and they had virtually no difference in the experience of school poverty across demographic groups. This is because there are very few schools, maybe even just one in the whole county. So if all students are attending the same school, they're all experiencing the same level of school poverty. Mid-sized counties with between 1 and 10,000 elementary students showed some gaps, but they were still less than a 10-point difference on average between the school poverty that white students were experiencing versus Black and Hispanic elementary students. So counties with at least 10,000 students had the greatest average gaps of 23 and 26 percentage points between the school poverty rate for white students and Black and Hispanic students respectively. Within the same county, students within the same county were experiencing these gaps. But again, these gaps are smaller than the statewide gaps. So then, even though most counties had smaller disparities in school poverty than the statewide gaps, some had larger. So I really wanted to find out, where are the disparities large? And so these are the 10 counties that had the largest disparities in the whole state between Black and white students within the same counties. So again, the average Black-white school poverty gap within counties is 20 points. That's that yellow line there. But all of these counties here have considerably larger disparities. Most of these counties are large counties with more than 10,000 students. Notable exceptions, though, are Falls County, and it has less than 1,000 students. And Robertson and Karnes counties, and each of those have less than 2,000 students. So even these three counties have very few numbers of students in elementary schools, they are highly segregated. It should also be noted that Travis County, where Austin is, where I live, has the largest Black-white disparities in school poverty of all counties in the state, has a 42-point gap. So this graph shows the 10 counties with the largest Hispanic white school poverty disparities. All of these counties have more than 10,000 students. Again, you'll notice that Travis County has the largest gap of all the counties within the state, with a 46-point disparity in school poverty between Hispanic and white students. This means that white students in Travis County are attending schools that are more than 40 points lower in school poverty than Black and Hispanic students in the same county. The next largest gaps are present in Harris County, which has a 37 percentage point gap between the average school poverty of Black and white students and a 38 percentage point gap between the average school poverty level of Hispanic and white students. So after comparing disparities within counties, I wanted to examine disparities within school districts. The rates of school poverty within each district were compared in order to examine where disparities were more pronounced and where student groups were generally experiencing similar rates of school poverty. It is district enrollment policy that affects segregation patterns, and district officials have the most control over levels of school segregation. Districts are smaller regions than counties and have less demographic variation than counties in the state as a whole. So generally they had smaller gaps than within counties or the state. The average gap within districts is less at 11 percentage points between the average school poverty level between Black and white students, and there's an average gap of 13 points in districts between Hispanic and white students in the same district. So as the area gets smaller, typically the average gaps between the school poverty rate also decreases. So smaller districts generally have smaller disparities between school poverty levels of white and Black and Hispanic students. More than 60% of the school districts in the state have less than 1,000 elementary students, and In these districts, there's virtually no difference in the rates of school poverty that white, Black, and Hispanic students attend. This, again, is often because there's only one elementary school, which all the elementary students in the district attend, and in these cases, all students within the district experience schools with the same level of school poverty. So another 30% of districts in the state have between 1 and 10,000 elementary students. In these districts, the disparities are greater than in small districts, but they're still relatively low. Less than 10% of districts in the state have more than 10,000 students, but these districts account for more than half of the students in the state. These large districts are where the largest disparities are found. Black students typically attend schools that have a rate of economically disadvantaged students 17 percentage points above that of white students in the same district. There are even larger gaps for Hispanic students who attend schools that are on average have rates of economically disadvantaged students 20 percentage points higher than those of white students in the same districts. So here are the districts in the state with the largest Black-white disparities. All of these districts are large districts with at least 10,000 elementary students. And Austin ISD, as you can see, is at the top. Black students in Austin attend schools that are 52 points higher in school poverty than white students in the same district. I find this pretty shocking. So the yellow line shows that the average gap within districts in the state is only 11 points, but you can see all of these districts are way above that. This slide shows the 10 districts in the state with the largest Hispanic white gaps in school poverty. These are, again, all large districts with at least 10,000 students. Spring Branch has the largest gap of 52 points. Austin ISD is a close second with a 50-point Hispanic white gap. Austin ISD is the only district in the state that has a gap of more than 50 points between white students and both Black and Hispanic students. As I've been presenting this data, I keep hearing that the reason that AISD has these gaps is because we are a uniquely diverse district. This is just not true. When I compare the 6 districts that are in the top 20 largest districts in the state and fall within 10 points of Austin ISD's eco-dis rate, so Austin ISD has 53% of elementary students get free and reduced lunch. And so I did a spread 10 points above that and below, and it ended up being a range of districts that had between 47 and 60% eco-dis. So these were Cypress, Fairbanks, Northside, Northeast, Killeen, and Garland ISDs. They all have very diverse populations. The largest group in all of them, including Austin ISD, is Hispanic, except in Killeen, where African American is the largest group. All have white populations that are between 19 and 29%. The disparity in school poverty between Black and white students in Austin ISD is 52 points. The rest of these districts of similar size have gaps between 8 and 27 points. The disparity in school poverty between Hispanic and white students in Austin ISD is 50 points, and the rest of these districts of similar size and similar demographics have gaps between 8 and 24 points. I have been sharing this data with my fellow Austinites to try to start a conversation about how we are or are not living out our professed values. As my IUPRA colleague Ricardo Lowe tweeted during the protests earlier this year, for real though, there's white parents taking their children to Black Lives Matter protests who refuse to take their children to the predominantly Black and brown schools in their gentrified neighborhoods. This is concerning. So now I'm going to go into some of the policies that have really entrenched school segregation and then possible policy solutions. So from all my research and reading, I feel like these are the things that have really entrenched school segregation, and that's enrollment and funding policy that's tied directly to residential address and neighborhood, then a history of racist housing policy in the United States, and then our school quality measures, both implicit and explicit, and then the racist beliefs and choices that white parents hold and make. So, talking about enrollment and funding policy, 2 cases that came after Brown v. Board reversed much of the progress made in equalizing education. The 1973 case, San Antonio ISD v. Rodriguez, the court ruled that unequal school funding based on local property tax did not violate the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause because public education was not a fundamental right protected by the government. This incentivized wealthier families to live in exclusive areas with other families of similar means. They were then able to raise more money for their public schools and were able to ensure that they did not have to share resources with those who had less. They did this even with maintaining lower tax rates than their poor neighbors, since their properties were valued at higher rates. Then in 1974, there's the ruling Milliken v. Bradley, which was also damaging to integration efforts. The courts ruled that districts across the metro area could not be forced to integrate across district boundaries. This allowed de facto segregation to exist and left integration advocates little recourse to white flight. These two rulings effectively allowed white families to keep wealth, power, and privilege within their districts without sharing resources with others and keeping the schools largely inaccessible to non-white families. So since then, the idea that public education is a private good that can be stolen has been reinforced by school districts pressing charges against parents who sought access to higher rated public schools outside of their neighborhood. Kelly Williams Bolar and Tanya McDowell, both low-income Black mothers, were charged with stealing public education when they enrolled their children in neighboring districts. The law was successfully used to protect the interests of white majority districts by restricting access from poor minority families who could not afford to reside within the boundaries. So because the right to enroll in a school is linked to residential address, school segregation is inextricably linked to housing segregation. Cities and neighborhoods throughout the United States continue to be highly segregated. This did not happen by accident. In his book, Color of Law, a 2017 finalist for the National Book Award, Richard Rothstein laid out the history of local, state, and federal governments that institutionalized explicit policies to create and maintain racial segregation throughout the United States. These practices included the Federal Housing Bureau categorizing non-white neighborhoods as poor investments and not offering to insure mortgages for those neighborhoods, called redlining. The government also upheld policies which barred Black families from purchasing property in white neighborhoods. And local judges and law enforcement also upheld private deed restrictions, barring non-whites from buying property in white neighborhoods. These policies kept minority families from being able to acquire property. And this was the engine for individual wealth growth in America in the 20th century. The effects of these policies are felt now, more than half a century after they were outlawed in the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Median wealth of white families is 10 times the median wealth of Black families. The difference is largely attributed to differences in inherited wealth that was built up over generations. This wealth gap is due to these racist housing policies of the 20th century. And it makes it much more difficult for young Black families to buy homes in sought after neighborhoods, while whites are able to use family wealth to become established in sought after areas. This further exacerbates neighborhood segregation and then school segregation. So this brings us to school quality measures. There are both implicit and explicit quality measures. And what researchers Billingham and Hunt in 2016, Schneider and Buckley 2002, and Holm in 2000 found is that high socioeconomic status parents are using the racial and economic demographics of a school to judge the quality of the school, even more than academic ratings or programming that's happening within the school. White parents are seeking out segregated schools, even when they purport that race does not make a difference, because they believe that the demographics of the student body determines the quality of the education. There's also explicit measures of school quality, such as scores on standardized tests, and those are highly correlated with the amount of wealth and privilege that are within a school. These measures encourage families to seek out neighborhoods with segregated schools and increase housing demand for neighborhoods that are zoned to schools that are highly ranked. In addition, these home prices are linked to school quality measures. People pay more for homes in neighborhoods that are tied to schools that are highly rated, which, because of the way we both explicitly and implicitly measure schools, are correlated with schools with concentrated wealth and privilege. This reinforcing cycle increases home prices, which often pushes lower income families out of the neighborhood or keeps them from buying there in the first place, increasing the rating of the school because it's has more concentrated privilege, and then the exclusivity of the neighborhood entrenches segregation. So I just finished reading Dr. Ibram X. Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, and I'm about halfway through Stamped from the Beginning, A History of Racist Ideas in America. And one of the things that really impacted me about his framework of thinking about racism in America is that it was the engine for racism were these self-interested people who want to keep wealth and power for themselves. So out of self-interest, people create policies that do just that. They keep wealth and power within their community. So these policies lead to inequitable outcomes, like the ones that we spoke about earlier. And then racist ideas are developed because of these inequitable outcomes, and those racist ideas are used to justify the policies. So for example, the idea that more Black and brown children in my child's school will reduce the quality of my kid's education, or the idea that the reason that all students in advanced classes are white is just because white students are more likely to be gifted. These ideas are racist, and they're used to justify policies that keep schools segregated. So in order to break the cycle, we must change the policies. So the most radical policy change would be divorcing funding and enrollment from residency. A student's address shouldn't determine the quality of schooling that is available to them. This type of revolution in education policy would require major federal intervention, possibly even a constitutional amendment making education a federally protected right, and it's not likely to happen in the near future. So there's a lot of other policies that are being enacted now to try to address this segregation at a district level as much as possible, even though the majority of segregation is due to between district segregation, but people are trying to do what they can with the way that the law is structured now. So in San Antonio ISD, for example, which is over 90% economically disadvantaged, the Chief Innovation Officer, Mohammed Chowdhury, with the support of Superintendent Pedro Martinez, has used census data to develop the block method. They divided their district block by block into 4 quartiles so they could understand where the poorest of their students lived. Using only the measure of eco-dis was too blunt of a measure, so they needed something more nuanced. That's why they went to census data, to really get a in-depth picture of what kind of poverty their students were experiencing. So the average household income of the top block was in the 40,000s, while at the bottom block was only $12,000 a year. All of these students pretty much received free and reduced lunch, but they had a much finer grain picture of their students with this block method. So they use this block method to determine enrollment and integrate their schools, where they can ensure that the poorest students were not concentrated in the same schools. They did that, and where there were higher concentrations of the poorest students, they were able to direct more funds and support to those schools. They've also put in special programming like Montessori and dual language, and opened up admissions to families from outside the district, which has brought in families of higher economic status into the district and into those schools, better integrating their schools. They have a weighted lottery system that ensures that at least half, that no matter how many privileged parents opt into the lottery, at least half of the seats in each school are protected for economically disadvantaged from San Antonio ISD. And some of the seats are reserved for the students in the poorest blocks. This block method was adopted by the state in HB 3 last year, which used quintiles instead of quartiles to identify the poorest students in the state and support them with additional funds. Districts do have the authority to use systems like this of alternative enrollment policies to better integrate their schools within their boundaries. Another policy that's been recommended, the National Coalition for School Diversity published a policy recommendations for states to increase school integration this year, and included a proposal to revamp school quality measures to include how proportional a school is compared to all the students in the county. So currently our school quality measures are primarily based on standardized tests, which I have explained incentivizes segregation. But we know that attending diverse schools is good for kids. It brings them benefits that attending segregated schools don't. And so we should include that measure in our quality measures. So this proportionality method would really go a long ways communicating to parents, is this school going to give my children the experience of being in a diverse community so that they can learn those skills for the world. Finally, we should ensure that Integration goes beyond our damaging desegregation efforts of the past. Putting students into the same buildings, giving all students access to the same resources and curriculum did go a long way in improving outcomes for Black and Latinx students, but it didn't eliminate disparities. Lewis and Diamond, in their 2015 book, Despite the Best Intentions, studied all the ways that racist and inequitable systems were reproduced within an integrated and high status school. We should not integrate schools without materially changing the systems and culture in schools that prioritize whiteness. Student activists in New York City started a movement for integration, and they have included specific demands that include integrating students in buildings and sharing resources equitably, but also go beyond by also prioritizing a diverse teaching staff that reflects the student body, restorative justice and explicit dismantling of racist discipline practices, and a curriculum that is culturally responsive and grounded in ethnic studies. Integration based on assimilation is not enough. True integration not only brings people from diverse backgrounds together, it also rebuilds how schools function with the experience of all being fully valued. Like our keynote speaker said, personal story and history is important for individuals to develop. As educators, we need to make sure our schools are places that value the stories and experiences of all of our students. This type of radical transformation would go far in promoting the well-being of African American and Latinx boys, who are our focus today. And it would be beneficial to us all. Integrated schools will help us build the society we want, one where all people have freedom, power, and agency over their lives, where race and class doesn't determine life outcomes, and one where there is truly justice and opportunity for all. The urgent issues of our time, climate change, extreme wealth inequality, increasing racism and xenophobia, and a worldwide pandemic makes our ability to work together more crucial than ever. Borrowing words from Lila Watson, our liberation is bound up with one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stern, for this amazing presentation, amazing and informative. Let me get to the first question. It's focused on teachers. So could you clarify more about some of your comments around teachers? One person asks, are you saying that teachers working in low-performing schools were not given the same tests or qualified to be in those schools? And then also, how would you get experience if you don't have any experience? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I think it's probably really tied to the high turnover. So when they look at the average amount of years that teachers in high poverty schools have taught versus low poverty or integrated schools, there's just a lot of new teachers. And I know that, speaking as a teacher myself, like the first couple of years are a struggle. Like even if your heart is in it, like it's hard to learn how to be a good teacher. And I think there's been some research that says people with a few more years experience are more effective at doing their jobs. So having newer teachers in high poverty schools just means that you're getting a lot of people who might have a lot of ambition and a lot of hard work and heartfelt and passion about it, but just might not have been able to develop and fine-tune those skills. And also, I think they were referring to teachers who have been certified through alternative certification routes, which are, some of them are really, really great. Other ones might give less support for people who are trying to prepare to be teachers. And so when you're looking at those kind of qualifications, it ends up that our students in our high poverty schools are getting the teachers that have had the least instruction or experience.
Thank you, thank you. Another question. Is there any research on magnet or charter school programs and their impact on integration? Do we have a positive or negative impact?
So I know that charter schools have a negative impact on integration. I can't remember the study, but it's in my Zotero. I can go hunt it up. But it basically found that when they looked at students in their first year in a charter school, and then they looked to where they were registered the year before, mostly children were leaving more integrated schools and going to more segregated schools. So charters tended to be more segregated than the schools that the district schools that children were leaving. And I think magnet programs, like traditionally magnet programs, have integrated a building without integrating classrooms and programming. So I know here in Austin, we have LASA, which is basically the building is integrated, but the program and the classrooms are not integrated. They're on two different floors, and they're completely segregated. So magnets might have in the past integrated a building without being true integration. But there's some magnet programs like the ones that I sort of mentioned in San Antonio and also Ann Richards here in Austin that takes background into account when you're in admissions. So Ann Richards is actually a school that reflects the racial and economic balance of the city as a whole, which is one of the only schools in Austin that does that, magnet or otherwise.
Thank you. There's a similar question. Is there any research on private schools?
Yes. So I was just doing a paper about the history of desegregation, and right after desegregation orders in the 60s and 70s, private school attendance went up by white students, but I think that it's pretty much gone down to levels that were of previous levels of private school, and it's really a small portion of our overall student body are the ones that are going to private schools.
Thank you. So as for our participants, we've heard about these disparities. We've heard about the lack of resources at these schools. One comment about this is that we need to adopt schools. We need to provide resources and support schools in different ways. What have you seen that have been innovative ways that communities have gone and supported schools?
Well, I know that like Blackshill Elementary here in Austin, which was the first Black school in Austin, is over 100 years old. They did a fine arts program where they really partnered with arts groups across the city for support, and with a local bank, and really brought in a ton of support from the community. And when that happened, and they were also a blue ribbon school, then a ton of people in the neighborhoods who were gentrifying the neighborhood started to send their kids there. And like, that was really great, but my concern is that they're going to be integrated for like a hot minute, right? That they'll be integrated until suddenly that this school becomes more in demand, and then it just increases the gentrification, the speed of gentrification of that neighborhood. So I really think that policy change, like real structural policy change, is the only way that's going to have like a big impact on this issue.
Thank you. Another question: how exactly will we make sure that all schools have the same resources? Because some schools are behind and would need to be brought up to the level of other schools.
Right. So this is why I think divorcing funding policy from residential neighborhood would go far in that. Like, all students in the state should get equitable funding, and then kids who need more, like if you're an English learner, if you're special ed, or if you're coming from if you're high needs and for other reasons, then you should get a bump in funding from taxpayers. But that's not how it works. It works by, if you live in a rich neighborhood, you're gonna get more funding for your school. Now, recapture does a little bit to help that, but it doesn't do away with it. And it's we need to like revisit how we fund schools. And I think that would, if we can't do it on a state level or maybe a federal level eventually, like I was saying, but there's a lot that the federal government can't do, because it's not, education is supposed to be the mandate of the states and local governments. So that would be one. And then also, if we had integrated schools, if not all the wealth was concentrated in some schools, then those in-kind donations, those PTA donations, would be spread out across schools versus just in certain schools. I think it was Portland who did something where they pulled, like, all the PTA money was pooled. Like, if you raised money for your school, it wasn't for your school, it was for the city, and then it was dispersed equitably. That might be hard to convince people to do, but I think that policy would be a good policy as well.
A few more questions. This participant is curious if any of your studies looked at the statistics of African Americans prior to the integration of American schools.
I haven't done as much research on that, and I know that I need to. I know that there was a real loss during desegregation, a loss of feeling a community, a loss of a lot of excellent Black educators. I know here in Austin, Elsie Anderson, which was the Black high school in Austin, was closed during desegregation, and that trauma is still felt today by the loss of that school. So I know that's an area that I need to continue to study about what did we lose from desegregation and how could we retain that if we did integration today.
Another question. A common practice of research discusses low-performing schools with high enrollment of students of color automatically as having teachers who are not highly qualified. Rather than promoting this deficit model explanation, what steps should be taken to address teachers at low-performing schools, what we can do to help those teachers at low-performing schools that have limited resources?
Right. So, like I said, I think that we should redo funding formulas. People at teachers who are teaching at high poverty schools, they should be paid more. That is like, they should be compensated for their work, and we should fund those teachers to get the highest qualifications that they can get continued education. But when funding is tied so closely to neighborhood and the wealth within a neighborhood, that's really hard to do. And also, if we really changed our curriculum to culturally relevant and based in ethnic studies and bringing the experiences and voices of everyone, I think that's going to do a lot for the teachers in those schools and also the students in those schools. And I talked a little bit about school quality measures, but using a standardized test that is designed to be norm referenced in a lot of ways. So they're trying, like the Texas State Star is designing a test that pulls kids apart. It's not a criterion reference test. So when that happens, then you're gonna have some kids we just need to redo how we measure schools. And that's like proportionality, but also like rethinking our tests and how we're taking that data in a way that doesn't harm our teachers and students.
And this is the last question given our time. You talked about policy changing being one of the ways in which we would really make a lasting impact. What local elected representatives have education lobbying power and influence? So who do we need to be going to in order to try to make those changes?
Our school boards, right now, Austin has the four people who are leaving are not running again. And so the activists in the city are really engaged with promoting people from neighborhoods that were impacted by closures this past year. So paying attention to those local elections, the school boards, that has a big impact, but also looking at our state representatives in our state government who elect people that are going to decide the direction of the TEA. I know Representative Gina Hinojosa was really looking at policy changes that's been impacted by COVID. So those things might not go forward in the next session, but be engaged with our state reps and our local elections are really important, and hopefully we'll get someone else in the federal government and have like a way forward with more progressive legislation that way as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Stern. Your presentation was so informative. Many people have asked for the presentation, so we'll be sending that out along with all of your the references that you included with that. Now we are going to transition. We're going to take a little break, but don't not come back, because at 1 o'clock we have our closing panel where we're going to begin to talk about solutions. We've talked, we had an inspirational talk from Mr. Stedman Graham. We've talked about challenges and the situation within police reform, the COVID-19 in education, and also segregation in schools. Now we're going to bring a panel of experts together to talk about how do we move forward, what the challenges are, but how do we move forward? What is one thing we can do within our space to make a difference today? So that's kind of the charge that we're thinking about. A couple of housekeeping announcements. We are not going to take the feed down. So although we're coming back at 1:30 for that panel discussion, we'll be running a video that has information about our panelists and also some announcements and the information from the poll. If many of you participated in the poll, we have the results of that and we're including that in there. I'd also like to mention our sponsors or collaborators. So of course it's the two that Dr. Fraser Kwasi and I am a part of, but we also have Children at Risk. We have the Center for Advancing Opportunity, which is Thurgood Marshall College Fund. And we have some graduate students that were helping me organize the questions. And I just wanted to acknowledge them and say thank you for that work. So without further ado, I believe we are going to, let me reiterate, I'm sorry, that the panel starts at 1 p.m. Again, the feed will be open, so you don't have to log out if you don't want to. You can just leave it up, and we will pop back up probably around, definitely by 1 in order to start the panel discussion. If you have questions that you didn't get to ask, if you can put those in the Q&A, we will be gathering those questions and we will do our best to be able to answer those questions and send that out to you after the event concludes. So thank you, and we're going to transition into our break. Welcome back, everyone. We are excited to present our last session for the summit. It's our closing panel titled Being an African American and Latinx Young Male Today in America. And we have a distinguished moderator and distinguished researchers and scholars that are going to discuss this topic. If you have questions, please update those or add those to the question and answer section, or if you're viewing on Facebook, please add those to the chat and we will incorporate those into the discussion. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. McFrazier.
Thank you, Stella. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you are doing well this afternoon and that you have enjoyed the second annual summit on improving the outcomes of African American and Latinx male youth. I have certainly been informed and inspired by the slate of morning speakers, the presenters that included Mr. Stedman Graham and his speaking on identity leadership. Then we heard from Dr. Dolores Jones Brown and speaking about police reform. Dr. Andrea McDonald, impact of COVID-19 on education. Doctoral candidate Valerie Stern and the segregation of schools in Texas. They all were outstanding, and certainly I learned a lot from their presentations. As Stella mentioned, to conclude today's summit, this final segment will be a panel discussion. As mentioned previously, COVID-19, the pandemic has revealed and further exacerbated the disenfranchisement and the disparities that exist in society for African American and Latinx young males. Panelists assembled here today will provide recommendations and solutions to help alleviate disparities. I am, again, Michael McFrazier, and I have the pleasure of serving as Dean of the Whitlow R. Green College of Education here at Prairie View. And I'm delighted to serve as the moderator of today's panel discussion. Our time together will proceed as follows. Segment 1 will be introductions and setting the stage. I will yield here in a minute and allow each panelist to introduce themselves. I'd like for them to share their name, their affiliation, and the position they currently hold at the institutions that they are affiliated with. And then I will come back with an opening question that asked to all panelists and ask them each to respond. They will each have about 3 minutes to respond to our opening question, which will set the stage for the remaining portion of the panel. So at this, without further ado, I will go now and ask in alphabetical order that each panelist would introduce themselves, again, sharing their name, their affiliation, and their position. We'll start with Dr. Banda.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosie Banda. I am from Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, and I'm an assistant professor of educational leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Banda. Next, Dr. Cortez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laura Cortez, and I'm the CEO and founder of Cortez Consulting and a proud Longhorn from my affiliation with the University of Texas at Austin.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Dr. Gibson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Camille Gibson, the Interim Dean of the College of Juvenile Justice and Psychology and Executive Director of the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center here at Prairie View.
Dr. Henderson.
Yes, I am the Founding Director of the Center for Justice Research and Professor of Justice Administration at Texas Southern University. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Welcome. And finally, Dr. Romo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. My name is Enrique Romo, and my pronouns are he, his, him, they, them. And I'm at Weber State University here in Utah, and I'm the Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs. Glad to be here.
Okay, panelists, here's our opening question. And again, we will have each of you respond. You will have about 3 minutes, and I'll monitor the time. What do you see as the 3 major challenges facing African American and Latinx males in society, and how can we move the needle on mitigating these challenges? I'll repeat that question. What do you see as the three major challenges African American and Latinx males face in society, and how can we move the needle on mitigating these challenges? Dr. Banda?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a great question because, you know, there's many challenges associated with Latino males and African American males. Among them, and I don't want to rank order them, but I think the inequities to a quality education from PK-20, it starts very young. We know that our communities are recipients of subpar schooling, and we know, as you noted earlier, Dr. McFrazier, that the pandemic has just exacerbated that, right? There's no, if we are educators and we see the research, we know that that exists, but now it's kind of in plain sight. Was before, but not everybody took note of it. And so the inequities to quality education. And so I think perhaps one of the silver linings, to not many silver linings of the pandemic, is this need for this social innovation, right? We're at a point where we can now counter existing traditional paradigms of what learning should look like, what schooling should look like. And I think that if we occupy, as educators or policymakers, if we occupy those positions, we can start to really enact change, because the innovation has to happen now. We can't think about what the innovation looks like in terms of the solution 5 years from now. And so I think that's part of a social innovation. That's part of drawing Yoso's work in terms of capitalizing on the inherent wealth in the communities of color, so our community cultural wealth. So inequities to quality education would be when I think first the initial challenge. Another challenge that I think is a lack of representation in degree attainment and the STEM workforce. So we know that obviously stifles or upward social mobility for Latino males, as well as African American males. And so I think just that continued intentional innovative outreach has to be at the forefront of how we move to more equitable representation. I think that lack of representation, you can see it everywhere. And so just that continued outreach in very innovative ways has to be a part of our continuing conversation. And another challenge, a third challenge that I see is going to be finances. When we talk about economic aid, and we know that Hispanic households, particularly even pre-COVID, 17% of Hispanics noted, according to the Pew Hispanic Center, noted that the economy was the biggest challenge. And we know that since the COVID, we've had 59% of Hispanic households experience job loss or pay cuts due to the pandemic, right? So solutions for that would be economic aid, or even how we can each contribute to local aid, right? If we're in a position of having some sort of wealth, do we contribute to food banks? Do we do outreach to individuals with our time and so forth? Those are my three.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, and I'm sure we will address some of those in further detail as we move on. Next, same question, Dr. Cortez.
Thank you. So I wanted to just give a little background that I currently, if some of you are thinking about what is Cortez Consulting, we actually do public engagement. And so my work, I'm every day in the community, and I'm seeing some of the work that is happening and some of the issues that are rising for our communities of color. And so as I think about this question, when you were asked, I think about the education, and one of the things that we've been working on, our students have now come home. And so it is not only the issues that you see in the school setting, but now in their home life. And so one of the things that we're working on right now, I think, is the digital divide has definitely been exacerbated. I'm working on a project right now. We've been trying to work with our local transportation department to set up mobile hotspots, because now that they've had access to technology in the schools and they're being asked to do that at the home life, we take it for granted that they would have access to that. So now thinking about the digital divide differently, some schools, particularly I work here in Austin, are trying to provide these iPads, but that may not always happen in all places around the United States. And so I think this digital divide has now been exacerbated, and these are things that we are seeing. I saw in your survey as some folks have been responding to some of the things that they think of, and I thought of this definitely as we've been engaging with families, is that this, how do we expand the economic impact of your families? And as these students have gone home, as they are now home, they need more resources. One of the resources that we have seen particularly is the burden of mental health. I just think of a lot of times our students of color may go to a counselor, may go to a coach to really find the support that they need. And maybe it's not even a setting where they're setting up an appointment, but it's during practice, it's during the classroom, and they meet with a teacher afterwards. That support network, we can't depend that it's always there in the family life. So we have to start thinking of how we are doing this differently and what kinds of support systems are set in place for particularly our young men of color and what is happening with that. And then the last thing I would just say is the stresses that are now put on our students at home, who are helping raising younger siblings, who are witnessing firsthand probably the financial impact they've always known that has happened for their parents, whether they're single or whether they're a family unit. But now that has impacted them, and now that there are not jobs available for them, what do they do? And so I think these are the three biggest challenges that I see through my work, and ways that hopefully we'll be talking later on how we can resolve them.
Thank you so much. That whole notion of just cohabitating, being in the same space for all of this time, I agree wholeheartedly with you. Thank you so much for sharing. We're moving on now. Dr. Gibson. Dr.
Yes.
Gibson?
Is there a question for me?
Yes, that's the opening question. What do you see are the three major challenges facing African American and Latinx males in society?
Oh, okay. I agree with the two previous speakers. Education has remained a challenge for the longest time. Not everyone in the United States receives the same quality education, and education is not the great equalizer that it is supposed to be. So depending on where schools are and depending on who we have in the classrooms and the resources available, the education, the quality of the education experienced is not the same. And that is a problem, because we have students children are born curious. That's why they go around touching everything, putting stuff in the mouth. They want to explore. But something happens in our schools that communicates to too many Black and Hispanic boys in particular that this education thing is not for you. And in order to continue to excel, persons have to overcome in too many schools this message that this education thing is not for you. So education is very important. As Mr. Graham said this morning, transformative education is very important. So we need to pay attention to the quality of education that our students receive. Another major issue is healthcare. From prenatal care, some of our students, or children rather, are at a disadvantage because they don't get proper prenatal care and postnatal care, which can lead to physical problems, physiological issues that can become an obstacle in the academic environment and in behavior that can then snowball into issues for our young people. So seeing that our Black and Hispanic children have proper health care and quality education are important. And then finally, something that we know too well, life and justice in terms of how our students, I keep saying students, I'm used to saying students, how our children experience the justice system. We should not have to worry about the 16-year-old being out past 9 p.m. I'm from another country originally, you might be able to tell from my accent, but when I first got here, I heard people say that my child has to be home before 9. And I wondered, why? Why is that? So for decades, parents have had this concern about their Black boys in particular, and Hispanic boys, that they can't be out and they have to watch what they say, etc., and these sorts of things. So we should not, in a democratic society such as ours, in a developed country, have to worry that our children are going to be killed just because they're Black or brown.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Moving on, Dr. Henderson.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I know we're running tight on time, but let me get to the point on this. I think, I think everyone has said points that I would have made, but let me add to that. I think one, our Black and Hispanic or Latinx boys suffer because they don't have examples of male excellence. If you look around, the examples that they are provided are examples that we would not follow in most cases, and they don't show the trajectory for their reality of life. Number two, I think that they're challenged by a racist educational and juvenile justice system. I think it's very clear the data has been unequivocal at best. I think we are very well understand that the reality of it is these individuals are going through a system that does not understand them or have the best interest at heart for the most part. But I also think that we have a system that does not recognize the cultural differences that these kids experience across the board. This is a new generation of kid. There are some things that worked years ago that will not work now. And I think if we understand and the system begins to understand who they are, I think we will receive better outcomes. And so those are the three areas that I'll throw out pretty brief.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Dr. Romo?
Hi, everyone again. And I do agree with what's being shared already. I think for me, though, one of the things that we need to consider in terms of a challenge for Latino, Latinx, African-American, Black students is the low level of college preparation, both before and during college, right? And this is not necessarily the student's fault. So I think in our role, I think in my role here in Utah, is that I'm working with school districts so that we are infusing those kind of K through 12 experiences with a mentoring program, right? I think, we need to make sure that we have these older college age mentors whom students could relate to and see as role models. And that way, we're able to kind of continue that pipeline, the expectation that they too can achieve to their highest aspirations, right? Also along those same lines, some of our students don't necessarily have the spaces where they could be themselves. Where they could be unapologetically who they are. They can express their ideas, their thoughts, their emotions without being judged, right? Our students, especially here in Utah, predominantly white institution, predominantly white state, we're being judged on how we look, how we dress, how we speak, our accents, right? So we need to make sure that our students have a place where they can be themselves. I think another issue, it's a lack of financial support. A lot of our students do work full-time while they go to college, right? So financial aid is not enough for some of our men of color here in college. So some of them, they have families of their own. So how can we fix that, right? So we're working with financial aid, advancement officers, development officers, directors, donors themselves to direct more funding toward these young men who have so much promise, right? And then what happens to some of our students who might have a criminal record or they're undocumented or DACA, right? So then how do they get financial aid? So we need to make sure that we have systems in place to address these types of issues. And I think the third challenge is not having enough support systems, or maybe they exist, they're inadequate in terms of emotional, academic, social support. How do we deal with mental health? How do we deal with trauma? So our students of color feel lost. They feel like they don't belong in higher education because the system was not designed with them in mind. So how can we provide that support for our students, right? So we work with our counseling centers, with our academic advisors, with retention specialists to ensure that our students get the support that they need, right? Some of us here in Utah, in Ogden, at Weber State, the people of color that you see on campus are the only people of color that some of our students know and trust, right? So how do we make sure that we build on that so they know that they're not alone or left behind? So we do all kinds of events, mentoring, outings, barbecues, so they know that they're not alone. And I think, all through it all, what we do, and I think we should be thinking about is how do we make sure that we to go to a place of healing. A lot of our students are suffering and are going through a lot. So how do we make sure that we get to that point so that our students feel that they're whole?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And so as we take a look at what you all have shared, there are some commonalities there. And as we transition to this next phase of the panel discussion, I'm going to ask some pointed questions, some guided questions that will hopefully allow us to come and identify solutions and recommendations. The questions will be specific and I will ask them to a panelist. However, all are free to answer. If you have a response after the initial panelist has spoken and you'd like to respond, you can hit your raise your hand feature on the Zoom platform and I will acknowledge you. Certainly I will monitor time and we may need to move on some questions if they go long. But as I ask each of you your specific questions, you can relate it back to those 3 challenges and how we can work to mitigate. The first question is for Dr. Henderson. We have momentum with the Black Lives Matter movement. It's a call for social and justice. How do we translate this movement into policy and action?
Yeah, thanks. That's a loaded question, as you know, and I'll try my best to lay out as much as I can and try to address any limitations or assumptions that may come about. The Black Lives Matter movement is a necessary movement. We needed to see this. The criticisms come from so many different angles. But I think that, the Black Lives Matter movement is trying to provide a voice to people who people were no longer listening to. And I think that the movement needed strategy and they tried to do that, right? And they're still trying to do that. They're trying to get everyone to focus on a common goal. The debate still remains what their goal actually is, but they're trying. And I think that any social movement, you're going to have debates about what the focus and what the goal should actually be. But I think that if they're able to align the various parties and respective ideologies and agendas and egos, they will be better able to achieve the desired outcome. And I think we all know what the desired outcomes are. We just got to say what they are and begin to focus on those. Unlike the civil rights movement of the 1960s, the goals are kind of all over the place right now. But I think we understand criminal justice reform. We understand the need for police reform in particular. We understand the need for economic reform. We understand the need for education reform and health. And we can go on and on about the needs. It's important and it would behoove the movement to identify the goals, short-term and long-term, to begin to identify what groups need to be brought to the table to align themselves toward a common agenda. I think that you can use historically Black colleges as the thought leaders in this space to provide the intellect behind the movement as necessary. But I also think you need to bring in policymakers, decision makers, everyday people. Everyone needs to be a part of this conversation. I think Black Lives Matter is doing that, much to the chagrin of a lot of people who may not be a part of that generation. I think that we have to destroy ageism and be able to identify, again, what the common goal actually is, which I think we're trying to do, but we're still kind of trying to figure out what this looks like and try to keep the politics out of it as much as we can, which is very difficult to do in this space. This conversation that we're having, I think, is important because you're trying to bring together 2 groups that are highly disenfranchised. And I think if these 2 groups can get together, I think we'd be better off. The key is to recognize who the leader is and to be able to follow that leader in the right direction. If you can't do that, you can't be successful. We all can't be doing our own thing and not focused on how we achieve the goal. That's important. So again, the question is, how do we do it? We identify the common goal. Two, who needs to be involved? Everyone needs to be involved. It doesn't matter if you Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, foreign, not, it doesn't matter. We need to be able to provide an equitable response in society to people who traditionally have been disenfranchised and ostracized from the system.
A quick follow-up question for you. The title, Black Lives Matter, is that polarizing? Is it causing issues that will cause the movement to not move forth in a way that can be all-inclusive?
It's interesting how whenever you have a movement with the title Black in it, we have conversations about how polarizing it's going to be. Black people by nature have been welcoming of other groups, and there are various moments in time in which certain groups need to be at the front of the conversation, right? We've been through the LGBTQ movements and we've followed behind that mantra, and we still do that as they fight through their struggles. Right now, Black Lives Matter is leading the charge in this space, and it's okay. When you're running a race and when you're running a relay, it's okay for different groups to get in the front at various times of that process. So yes, it's going to be polarizing to people, but sometimes you got to get beyond that and identify and focus on what the common goal is. So, I mean, look at the civil rights movement, right? There were people during that movement who felt like King was taking the wrong approach, right? But at the end of the day, he was able to get policy passed and legislation moved forward that made a difference. So I think we focus less about how polarizing it is and focus more on how we can identify common interests to achieve a common goal.
Thank you for that response. Any other panelists want to share on this topic of Black Lives Matter, the movement, policy that needs to come from this particular time in our history? If not, we'll move on. Our second question, and this goes to Dr. Cortez. How do we empower communities to act as change agents to support positive outcomes for African American and Latinx young males?
Dr. Banda, I did see your hand go up, so if you
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to make a comment, I'm okay with that.
I did not see it. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I'm not used to Zoom, so I don't know where the hand button is. So I was just doing
Oh, you were raising your hand in, okay.
No, but I appreciate that. No, but I just want to say, I think part of coalition building is very important. And I think that's something that was done really well during the civil rights movement. And we have not been able to replicate that with the Black Lives Matter movement, right? And so I would agree with Dr. Henderson initially is the role of how do we build coalitions with people who do not look like us, right? So we need to build those allies in those spaces. I like the Black Lives Matters. I know there was controversy in terms of the narrative, but I think it's important that you have to, I think the bigger issue is, or the bigger fear in the country is that there are shifting demographics in this country. And so the minority is getting ready to be the majority, right? And so I think that there's a lot of unease about what the country will look like when we flip those demographics here within 10 years. And so I think that's part of being able to be empowered by writing our own message, right? What is a narrative that we want to create as opposed to a very traditional system messaging that we know already marginalizes communities of color. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very illuminating points. All right, we will move on. I've been informed that the raise your hand function is not necessarily working. So at the end, if you will just simply alert me some way, I will then acknowledge you. Dr. Cortez, do you need me to state the question? Or
sure. If you want to restate it, that's
Let me
fine.
restate it for you. How do we empower communities to act as change agents to support positive outcomes for African American and Latinx young males?
So I'm going to go back to something that I mentioned earlier about where we are right now in the nation and the fact that our, Black and brown young men and students and families are at home. So I just want to put the context because I think this is really important. I had a conversation with a college student yesterday saying, you know, to go back into my university in my final year, I think it's best I stay home at this point. Everything is going online and digital, and I want to find how I can be useful to my community. And I think this works two ways as I kind of see the work that I do when I do outreach and working and going into the community and finding out what the needs are. And I think right now young people are eager to find out where they can find their space and be useful and make an impact. And I think we're seeing that with the Black Lives Matter movement, where they're saying young people are coming out in droves and we need them to continue doing that. But I also think there's room for them to do some local work. And what I mean by this is when you see city policies changes, when you see changes in your neighborhood or your local schools, that comes with what impact you start to begin to make locally. And I think as we have young college students at home making use of their time, I encourage them, go to your local school, talk to the principals, see are there young high school students that you can mentor. Is there something that you can do to get involved with your local neighborhood association? When you start to think about neighborhood associations and the impacts they have in communities when they start to raise their voices about development or ordinance changes or policy changes, young people right now who are home can start to get involved in that. Attend a neighborhood association meeting, because if you go to them, I'm sure they're attended by the same people who've been dedicated that are much older and can really use a hand. So I would say, in response to your question, the community has to now begin to embrace these young people who are home and who are being active, and vice versa. I would encourage young people who are tuning in right now, we need you to be involved. We need your education. We need your ideas, your innovation. And I think this applies to everything. I think as we are talking about the pipeline in education, I think there's so much room for them to be involved and to take an active stance before they end up leaving, because at the end of the day, the space that they occupy at home locally is what we need to change eventually so that our lives can be different. So that would be my response to you as I think about what are ways that they are now home and that can be valuable and how communities can embrace them.
Are we seeing communities come together? And I know the answer to this, but I'd just like maybe some examples of where we're seeing things happening, services being provided while we're in lockdown and in the middle of a pandemic. What services are we seeing are available for families?
You know, I think in response to your question, I think there's a lot to still be done, but I think the community, what I see right now in my role is that if it's not the community pressing for food access, if they're not pressing for resources such as testing, access to mental health, if they're not pushing for it, sometimes it's the same business as usual, right? And so a perfect example I could give you is an East Austin area that I work in Austin, Texas. When the pandemic hit, testing centers for some reason went central and did not go to the outskirts where families need them the most. And so there is a lack of resources. And if it's not without the community voice, that doesn't happen, or without the community pressure. And so absolutely, I think there are still many things lacking. There's not equitable resources at this time. And especially as a scarcity begins to happen, our families and the repercussion is that our young men of color are affected by this, and so are their families.
Thanks. Is there anyone else that would like to chime in and share? Okay, well, let's move on to our next question. This question is for Dr. Banda. We know that COVID-19 is disproportionately affecting African American and Latinx communities. As we prepare for the academic year, what can we do to mitigate the negative impact on education?
I feel like that's a $1 million question that all superintendents, school boards, and presidents of universities are trying to answer right now, right? Because we obviously cannot operate as if we're not in a pandemic, right? And so I think this is where we have to be aware of the privileges that we have and the spaces that we occupy, and be able to look outside of that to see what are the needs of other people who maybe do not have access to this. How can I give in this regard, right? So I think in many ways we have to find alternative forms to reinvent what a sense of belonging is, right? For our students, it's going to look differently now because we want to say, let's do collaborative learning, but you'd be 6 feet apart with a mask on, right? So it kind of counters a lot of pedagogy in terms of how Latinx and African-American male boys, and just in general, are engaged in that learning process. So I think that there has to be some intentionality around mentoring. We know is successful. I know in the chat is referring to various programs, but we know mentoring is very important to the success of Latinx and African-American males. I think in any venue, and that has to be ongoing. It's got to be intentional. It may look a little different, maybe now with a phone call, maybe with WebEx or Zoom, depending on capabilities with internet. So that nature of mentoring has to continue. That validation has to continue. I don't know if we do that enough in schools, but we have to validate students in the space that they're in and recognize that they come to school or to learning environments not with a blank slate. I think also creating communities of support are very important. We talk about professional learning communities at the higher education level, but even at the younger, what is that? You know, my kids' school last semester, they did a dance party. She's in elementary school, but they had a dance party to kind of get into some type of normalcy in a virtual sense. I do also think that there has to be critical dialogue surrounding the existing inequities, right? So I think as educators, what we don't do well enough is that we don't call a spade, right? And so in order to recognize some of those negative effects on education, we just have to have really difficult conversations about the haves and have-nots. And if I'm working with have-nots, I have to go an extra 30 miles, which we should regardless, even though we're not in a pandemic. But I think that's the mentality in terms of where we need to be able to go. There also has to be a lot of flexibility in terms of what we expect students to learn, capability, like parents working, if they're working out of the household, right? That becomes a big issue as well. Who's gonna foster that communication? I think this is where we talk about innovation without innovation, but we're jumping the pilot study phase. And so I think this is kind of one of those that it's going to be trial by fire, but then tensions have to be there so that every student succeeds, right? And make sure that we do not leave people behind. And I think that's probably the greatest concern, because we know that there's already existing gap, but because the pandemic has exacerbated it, the gap seems to be widening. So even for us, how are we being intentional about the way we, as Dr. Bonner would say, who are we taking on the elevator with us? We should put everybody on the elevator with us. And that just should be a mindset in terms of praxis, right? This is a reflection, here's the action in terms of what I see of this gap. And that's, I think that's across the board. I think that's educators, students, if I see one of my fellow students struggling, as well as policymakers.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else would like to chime in? All right, we'll move on because I do see questions coming in. So I want to get through this so we get to the final phase of answering questions from those who are participating and listening to us. The fourth question for Dr. Gibson, COVID-19 has revealed the extent of the digital divide in America. From your perspective, how should we address this particular issue?
Well, to add to what Dr. Banda was just saying, we have to address infrastructure for our children. If the infrastructure is not there, then our young people will not have the academic experiences of success that they need to have to stay effectively engaged in the academic process. And so we know that this is a problem because then folks get turned off and they start thinking about dropping out. So the infrastructure just definitely needs to be addressed. And if I might build on something that Stedman Graham said this morning, he talked about a basic paradigm of love in terms of how we operate. And what COVID-19 brought to the forefront, including with this digital divide, is that we need to ask, I would say, two basic questions. Who is my neighbor? And my neighbor doesn't have to look like me. And another question is, what does my neighbor need?
Very excellent.
And when we address that, what we saw with the digital divide, we saw that some people, including teachers in Texas, did not have the technology at home to go online. I read a Houston report that said that Texas is the last state in terms of having a large digital divide. We have the greatest digital divide, and that's not a surprise to us, given the demographics. If you're familiar with the demographics and the income of many people in our state, if we pay attention to who is my neighbor, who are the people around me, and what are the needs. So we had teachers who didn't have what they needed. We have families who didn't have what they needed. If you have children like me, you probably got a call from teachers and administrators asking, do you have what you need? One teacher who called me was upset from a previous call. She said, I just spoke to a family with 5 children and 1 device in the home, and the father needs the device to work. And she was just, I don't know what to do with this family. So we saw those sorts of things in Texas. Because we're Texas, we're huge. We have people who don't have the resources to pay for the internet connection. And we have some people who have the resources, but the quality of the internet connection is not there. We saw a number of those reports in Texas, in rural areas, and in Mississippi, even from college students who could not log on because in their state, they just didn't have the quality of internet service. So we have those issues there. The digital divide also showed us a disparity with the women at home. We know that there are a number of women, reportedly, who weren't able to effectively remote work because they have multiple little children at home and they're trying to work while they care for their children as well. So it's interesting to see how that will affect women. And then, of course, the quality of the education of the children. I've heard anecdotal reports from single mothers who said, this thing is not working. My children have not learned anything in this remote period. I'm thankful my children are older. They were able to log on and do what they needed to do. But I'm telling you, if my children were young, I don't know how I would function trying to work and supervise different people in terms of getting the curriculum done. So the digital divide is really something. So we have to address infrastructure. And as Dr. McDonald mentioned this morning, we have people who are parents and guardians and grandparents who have custody of children who have not been on technology. So clearly that wasn't going to happen. So in terms of solutions, what do we have going on? Well, we know that in Houston and in some other places, working mothers who have resources are using the YMCA as a mini school where they're hiring a teacher to go to the YMCA and teach their children so they can get some work done. That's what people have resources. I'm aware that in some communities, we have community centers that are providing a haven for children because essential working parents, who are many of these folks who are Black and brown, they can't work remotely. They have to go. So we have community centers that are stepping up. And there are people with homes who, if they know the need, and churches that if they know the need, can step into that void and become a place with adequate social distancing where people who need the academic support for their children, who don't have the technology at home or the quality internet, a place that young people can go, be supervised, be safe, and get their needs met. There's no going around addressing the infrastructure. And at the end of this pandemic, I would expect, I think we can all expect, that we would have made progress with the digital divide. But ladies and gentlemen, let me hasten to say, this pandemic has magnified some other divides that we really need to get on really quickly. One is the health disparity. There are many people who do not have access to quality health care, and it makes them more vulnerable in many cases to COVID-19. That is something that we cannot ignore. We have the quality of education that young people experience. That is something else that we just simply cannot ignore. The justice system, we're talking about that. The experiences are different. The economic disparities and disparities by gender in employment experiences that are going on now during COVID-19. So I am hoping that as Stedman Graham said this morning, that in a paradigm of love, we will continue to ask the questions, who is my neighbor and what does my neighbor need?
Yes, excellent. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Yeah, I want to add to that, and I think Dr. Gibson, I agree with her. I think the elephant in the room is that we have an educational system that we fail to address the culture in the system. And no matter how many structural changes that we make, if we don't change the culture that says that if a minority student has a minority teacher, they come out better, right? If we don't address a culture that says that minority students are more likely to be disciplined than anyone else, we're going to miss the boat, because no matter how many ways you train people and try to redirect their behavior, the systematic response tends to bear itself more negatively on the side of minority kids. And so I think that we would be remiss if we did not address the cultural reality that exists to create these structural challenges.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. Okay, our final questions, and again, we've got some great questions coming in from our audience, and I really want to get to those. So this final question is for Dr. Romo. The dual pandemics, COVID-19 and systemic racism, have affected the social aspect of the student experience in education. How do you make educational institutions a safe place, both physically and mentally, for students to learn?
Thank you for the question. And this is one of those things that I was like, what if I had a magic wand, right? Then I'd be able to make everything happen. But I think this is such an important question, I think, for us to kind of like grapple with. And one of the things that I want to make sure that I emphasize, whenever I have an opportunity to talk to people outside of Utah, I've been here for 5 years. I'm from Texas, Longhorn myself. But I think though that there's this misconception that people of color don't live in Utah. So I think, and if so, why are you there, right? So those are kind of like the questions that we typically get every time we kind of travel outside of the state. But I think to kind of keeping that in mind as a reference, we know that our communities of color have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Just to give you some numbers here in Utah, the Latinx community has been hit the hardest, right? So the Latinx community here in Utah is about 14% of the population, but they make up about 38% of the reported cases of COVID-19 here in Utah. When we talk about the Black population, that's only about 2% in the state, but then the cases reported by African American, or Black, is about 2.5% of all COVID cases in the state. So as you can see, we do have an overrepresentation of COVID cases in the state of Utah, right? So now, like, kind of tying that to higher education, and on all educational institutions like PK through 20, we need to really pay attention to the needs that these students have and how they deal with these types of health-related matters, as well as their mental and physical well-being. Some of our students here in Ogden not only have to deal with that, but then they have to deal with economic inequality, which is also compounded by environmental inequalities as well, housing segregation, environmental racism. So, there's so many different things that kind of like come into like this nice little package that our students kind of have to kind of face on a daily basis. So what are we doing to try to make sure that there is a solution to these issues that our students are having here in Utah? So, so when we talk to some of our students, they want to feel supported, they want to be heard, they want to be seen, they want to be validated, right? So everything that is going on around in the country, it impacts them even harder because our students of color feel like they're isolated, like nobody's kind of paying attention to what is happening to them here in Utah, right? So sometimes they do feel alone. So in our job then, we need to make sure that we're always present, that they know that we're always there for them. Not too long ago, some of our students wanted to hold a rally or a protest on campus to speak about police brutality, the Black Lives Matter movement, racist incidents that have happened here on campus in the middle of a pandemic, right? So there's like, how do you deal with all those things? So we kind of try to help them and kind of provided everything that they needed so that they would have a successful event. Of course, I generated a lot of goodwill between student organizations and the event itself and administrators, right? So we try to make sure that we're catering to the needs and be very responsive to the things that they want to have. Along those lines, we also have an excellent counseling center, and we partner with them to make sure that our students have the chance to see those professionals who are better equipped to help with them kind of moving forward, right? Get past the trauma, with the academic challenges as well. We have about 25,000 students that we serve. So we don't have a lot of funding from the state either. So in my area, we're always kind of being innovative and proposing new ideas. I just successfully proposed an idea to add more space to access and diversity, to make sure that we have a dedicated lounge for our students of color. So that was very successful. We got the funding. It's actually right now in the middle of construction. So we're trying to make sure that we do what we can to give the students that sense of belonging, because as we know, the sense of belonging can be taken away from our students like in a minute, right? Somebody has to say, you don't belong here, what are you doing here? And that takes away everything that we've done to help them to get to that point. So we do have a lot of differences with some of our faculty, with some of our administrators, but at the heart of everything that we do, especially within student affairs at Weber State, it's like, what is best for our students? What do the students need? And how do we make sure that we give them those opportunities for them to feel fully realized and for them to see their full potential, right? I think in the earlier, the keynote, Mr. Graham mentioned, when you don't know who you are, the world defines you. So we want to make sure that our students define themselves so that they are not being defined by somebody else.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to just expound and ask this question for all the panel regarding the mental toll that this takes on young African-American and Latinx males. The whole concept of comply and then complain, particularly for our students who are returning and they're coming into spaces where maybe they're coming from out of state or from a different community, and they've had that drilled into them, comply, and then complain. But now we see in situations that we've seen play out on TV where a person maybe will comply, but still that causes them to receive brutality from police. How do we reconcile for them that whole notion mentally of your safety? These students returning to us and promoting, you are safe in this space.
That's a good question, Dr. McFraser. When you get down to it, law enforcement officers walk around with deadly force. And so things are not likely to go well if you challenge deadly force. So it's a matter of safety. And this doesn't mean that we don't do work on the law enforcement side. Continue to do work to encourage officers to be very aware of how they interact with people and how persons experience that. Real quickly, one of the last interactions I had with law enforcement, the person spoke to me like a parent talking to a naughty child. And I was very angry inside, like, who are you talking to? But I didn't let it show. And so we need to make officers aware of the impact they create. But with our young people, as we have the talk with them, it's about life. And it's not a perfect situation. Until we get officers doing things correctly, it's about coming home. And so we continue to emphasize it is not the ideal. And we have a number of things in criminal justice that are not ideal, but it's about surviving the encounter, unfortunately, in terms of utilizing comply and complain until we come up with something better.
And so I'm going to ease into our questions. This one it fits what we're just talking about. Someone asked the question, do you feel what we're experiencing right now is another form of genocide? Please explain. Tough question.
Well, this is Howard, if I can chime in. I don't know if it's so much a tough question as it is people are afraid to say what they really believe. And, you know, we're in a society where there are some conversations that people are afraid to have in public. And let's just be honest about that. And
politically correctness, huh?
You know what I mean? And I think that, you know, that position can be taken and can be argued fairly well. I think that from the perspective of individuals in our community who are more likely to be able to receive the brunt of police force, those individuals who are more likely to need the services to achieve an adequate level of public health, those individuals who really need the public educational system to be effective so that they can somehow overcome their socioeconomic condition, it does look like genocide, right? And I think it depends. This is one of those issues is where you stand on the issue depending upon where you sit. And the reality of it is when you're dying, it doesn't matter to you who's killing you. And so we have to be honest about that. And I think we would be disingenuous if we were not able to have that conversation in these spaces. But again, I think that can be argued. I think the evidence is pretty convincing that may in fact be the case.
Here's a statement someone said: for the Black Lives Matter movement to succeed, you must get the African American and Latinx communities to vote. Would anyone like to respond to that statement? Is that a true statement? And how, if it is, how do we actualize what they're recommending?
If I might add a little bit to that, I mean, I think it is important to vote regardless, especially, you know, with this election this year, that it is, you know, I know every year, every election cycle, we hear that this is the most important election in your lifetime. Actually, this one time I do believe it because it has the potential to change the lives of so many minoritized groups, disenfranchised groups. So I think for us, I think to vote, I mean, our vote is our voice, right? And I think, you know, we do a lot of that kind of like civic political engagement at the campus level here in Ogden at Weber State. We are definitely committed to making sure that our students are well informed about the political issues, and that they understand what they're voting on and who these people are. I mean, granted, it is a huge red state as Texas is, but you know, there's more possibility of Texas kind of turning into purple faster than Utah will ever will. So we need to make sure that our students are always informed, that they get the opportunity to ask those questions. So we definitely have meetings. We've been having meetings online to make sure that they're informed about the issues that are going to be coming up. We're also communicating and participating with community organizations and civic organizations in promoting the vote, right? So how do we register people to vote? So we're having intentional conversations with different community leaders, with different faith leaders as well, to understand that together we can make a difference, right? This is kind of, we're not gonna play into their I guess, the image that they have about us, you know, that to divide and conquer. Instead, we're trying to come together as one to affect that political change that we need and the change that we need to see for ourselves and our families and our communities.
Here's another question with Black Lives Matter. How are we going to get our leaders in government to execute a plan for Black Lives Matter?
I think I'll digress and let Dr. Banda address that question. Go ahead.
Dr. Banda?
Go ahead. I think it ties back to, I'm sorry, I think it ties back to the initial question before, right? In terms of the power to vote. And I think there is immense power in voting and in voting in numbers. But I think what we also have to do is we have to move past this idea that policymakers are qualified to govern the way we live, right?
Yeah.
I mean, policy is power because it governs our behavior. And many of us kind of sit back and criticize school boards. We criticize all sorts of, but we don't jump our skin in the game to say, all right, I don't have to be a policymaker to know what I'm doing. That's evident. People will argue that policymakers don't know what's happening at a practical implementation, right, in terms of policy. And so I think beyond the vote and beyond being aware of who we are, is that we have to be engaged civically. We do at all levels, in all aspects, because when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we're really talking about systemic oppression. And systemic oppression is not just with the police. It is in health inequalities. It is in whatever sector you want, right? The inequalities exist. The inequities exist there. They're blatant. You see them. There's evidence, right? And part of that goes back to an earlier statement that I made is there is power in reframing the narrative, and there's power in reframing policy. But we cannot have people in place making policy who do not see the reality of a majority of the population, right? We're flipping to majority minority. And I think we have great lawmakers. There's been great diversity in recent years, but I think that has to happen at all levels of society so that you can start to dismantle those pieces of the system at all levels, as opposed to try to dismantle it completely at one time.
Okay. Here's a question. Can someone speak on family, community, and culture as social determinants that impact outcomes for African American and Latinx males? That's family, community, and culture. How are these social determinants impactors of the outcomes that are needed for African American and Latinx?
I don't think I have an answer, but I do think though that we need to really take a step back and really kind of, to me, it's very basic to first define what a family unit is for that particular individual. What does community mean for that particular person? And then does that definition of a family or community, does that fit into the larger context of culture, right? So I think to me, it's like, how do we really address that and unpack it first? Because my definition of family might be very different than somebody else here in the panel, right? So I think to generalize that, I think might be a little bit disingenuous, but I do think though that putting that aside, having that structure, if you're able to have, more loosely defined family structure that tells you, well, you need to think about, school, you need to think about becoming a quote unquote productive member of society. So then there are definitely those expectations that are being raised from the very beginning. So I think we definitely need to have those kinds of opportunities where our families, our community, our culture, sometimes they dictate who we're supposed to be, right? So what if we rebel against that? So are we going against who we are and against what is expected of us? So I think it's not necessarily kind of a response, it's more like me trying to get it out of my head, because I think, that regardless of how we define those terms, there are outcomes and those could be positive and negative.
So let me just ask for my own edification, the nucleus of the family for both the African American and the Latino community, has that changed over time for what we know historically has occurred? Family, community, culture, that we embrace those. Has that changed over time, thus causing some of the issues that we're facing and experiencing? And should we think about and revert back to those places where we all had strength in our communities? So I just ask that for whomever would like to respond.
I'll make some comments. In time, as you know, well, I won't say this for the Hispanic community, I don't have data on it, but in the African American community, we've seen a decline in marriage. And we know that marriage is related to the economics of a family. I recall doing interviews with a number of young African-American males years ago, and many said they had intentions of having children, but not getting married because they didn't see enough African-American marriages. And so the perception of these young people was that it's not necessary. And so we need to think about healthy families because these relate to economic impact. The other entity mentioned was community. And in community, as Dr. Henderson said earlier, that's where people can see or not see examples of success, images that look like our young people. And so those images in the community are important. And nowadays, we're not just dealing with our physical community. What we see on the media and the world is becoming smaller. Those images certainly are very, very important. I would say that something that's very powerful, more immediately powerful to young people than some of these community images is what they experience in schools. Because we know education is very important and people can sustain a positive trajectory or they can get off it, depending on what they experience in schools. So what happens in schools, which is where many of our children spend their time, is extremely important. And then the third aspect, the third area that was mentioned was culture. We know that part of education and becoming economically successful and successful in other areas in terms of knowing yourself, like Stedman said, and leading yourself, it includes forming connections in terms of human capital, cultural capital, and the physical capital, especially right now, to succeed. So it's important that young people get education in the classroom and outside of the classroom. And that's part of the culture so that we know how to navigate different spaces, because Blacks and Hispanics, or Latinx as we're saying today, are not the majority yet. And to get to certain spaces where we need to be able to navigate those spaces. And then we can change the spaces once we get in them. But we need to be able to navigate those spaces.
Yes. Anyone else?
I think, one of the challenges, and I agree with what Dr. Gibson said, but I also think that we have to be very sensitive to this notion that the family structure as a variable is more significant than any other variable that may impact our community. There are countless number of single parent households that have been relatively successful. There have been countless number of single fathers who have raised children well. I think that it's an additive factor where all else being negative, that doesn't help it. But I want to be careful to not assume that a single parent household or the breakdown of the Black family or the Hispanic or Latinx family is a predictor of failure. Okay. I think that ultimately we have to understand the historical legacy that the family was used as a mechanism of social control. And I think that in this country, we have yet to see what a true family looks like in minority communities. Many of these families have been able to make it in spite of institutionalized oppression and destruction of the family. But I think that we now see a situation where single parent households have been very successful. And I think that when we have this conversation, it's very important that we're sensitive to the message that we may give out that the single parent households are unsuccessful and unable to do a good job at that, because I think the alternative is just as true.
Excellent point, excellent point. Here's another question, changing subjects a bit. Does anyone have information to share regarding legal representation organizations for juveniles? They further state, the juvenile system runs scarce of adequate juvenile attorneys. Attorneys are not required to pass any additional measures to show proficiency in juvenile law. This is a huge issue. maybe this will be a topic that we will investigate and have in future summits, maybe addressing the lack of legal representation for juveniles. Dr. Gibson?
I'll just say quickly, I know at Texas Southern University at the law school, the Carl Nye Institute, if I'm saying it correctly, I know that they're connected with entities in Houston that offer free legal service. So there is something out there. I'm not prepared to say too much. And I know that institute connects social work and the law school.
Okay. Further investigation, and we can share that at a later summit. Let me ask this question. This goes back to the comply and complain. Someone asks, when you place the accountability of coming home on the shoulder of young people, are we combating racial discrimination or accepting it?
We're definitely not accepting it. We're continuing to fight against it. As I mentioned, we deal with law enforcement. We try to make them aware of what they're doing. We try to deal with misconduct. But sometimes you need to live to fight another day. And so in the absence of something else, we want our young people to come home. So no, but the situation is just not the ideal. So while we try to deal with the problem with law enforcement, we want that child to come home.
Any other comments? Here's another question. How will higher education institutions respond to the incoming class of students who have gaps, social and academic, as a result of COVID? Specifically, many of them do not have closure to their high school experience. How are you prepared to address that issue? It's a great question. This has interrupted the normalcy for a lot of our students coming in. And so they're going to come in with these gaps and voids. And how will we now work to address these issues?
I think you have to be empathetic, right? Because, you know, just as the students are coming with gaps, we're coming with gaps as well, right? Many of us have been home since March. We are disoriented. We have families, we have kids that are trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the new reality. I think education has always had to figure out a way to deal with the gaps in people's understanding and learning. So I don't see it as any different. I see it as a different angle, a unique angle, but I think that, you know, we're going to make it through like everyone else. I think the key is to make sure that people are safe and you use common sense to keep you safe, your students safe, because I mean, we know this thing is deadly and we don't have time to play politics and get caught up in that space, because this is a matter of life and death, which is, I think, unique to what we deal with as professors at universities. We never really dealt with anything like this. And so, you know, for me and my students and the way I'm going to manage it is to make sure that I don't put any of my students in harm's way. And I'll deal with what I need to deal with. But I think that's the key. And I think the most important angle is to make sure we do that. And we let the folks who make those high-level decisions decide what they decide. But I think as the professor in the classroom, my job is to make sure my students are safe. If they're not safe, they can't learn.
Dr. Romo, from a student affairs perspective.
I was just gonna step right in, so thank you for the segue. But I do think, though, I think in terms of closure, I mean, I know that the question was more about high school students and kind of like having gaps and not being fully realized into like what that experience is like. But then I also want to add on to that a little bit more about, you know, the need for closure for students at the university, at the college level, that are also not getting that closure because they didn't get to graduate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I myself, I am one of those. You know, I got my MBA right before the pandemic hit. We were supposed to have a graduation ceremony in April, right? Well, that never happened. So I got to hear a lot from our other students, other graduate students, who are thinking about, well, you know what, I was robbed. I am the first one of my family to graduate high school, to graduate college. And now this was going to be this momentous occasion to celebrate with family and peers and friends. And now, like, why am I going through this, right? So why isn't the institution listening to what we want? So it's like having to come up with, you know, I think a plan that mitigates a little bit of that anxiety and kind of like, well, you know, I feel like I've been robbed from this opportunity, but at the same time, you know, we are doing everything that we can to provide those kinds of opportunities for them to share about how they're really feeling, right? So we've had panels with our graduating senior students to kind of share in on what it is that you know, how this made them feel. So we came to a compromise, and it's a little bit controversial, but our university is having a commencement for those who graduated in the spring and in the summer. So we're doing that at the end of this month, but it's going to be highly super controlled in terms of how many people could get into the space, where people are going to be sitting. And, you know, everything is going to be kind of a different kind of reality for us to deal with in higher education. So I think all that to say is that I think the best that we can do in terms of student affairs is listen to the students, and then where can the two of us meet halfway, right? So what is it that we can do as an institution that is safe, but also how can we acknowledge and celebrate their accomplishments?
Thank you, thank you. Well, our time is far spent, and we're about to conclude this panel discussion. So in closing, I'll ask one final question and have you all respond, and you'll have about a minute to respond. Based on what we've heard today, what we've experienced from our earlier speakers and through the panel, what is the one thing we can do in our respective positions in the community, for those who are listening in their homes, to support outcomes for African American and Latinx male youth? What can we want, that one thing that you can say as advice for us to do to support the success of these populations?
So I'll
Let's
go
start
ahead
with Vanda.
I would think what we can do at a very fundamental level, and we should always practice even if there's not a pandemic, is just to remain hopeful, right? I think sometimes when we're in it and we see that there's this need, some of it because we see data, we see lives being affected, lives being lost, that in some ways we can become desynthesized or very disheartened about just everything that is going on. And so I think that to remain hopeful in terms of advocacy, and know that even though coalition building is great, you can remain hopeful and create advocacy within yourself, right? We all have a small sphere of influence, and I might not be, you know, in DC running a rally, which is fantastic, but we also have spheres of influence within our own spaces. And be very intentional to know that there are lots of people like us who are working constantly at all sectors to move that equity needle for our Latinx and African American Black males.
Thank you. Dr. Cortez?
So I would just add to that as well, and I would say there's something about being vulnerable in this space and being vulnerable to our students, being vulnerable to the people around us. I think to say that we can just get through it and get to the curriculum, get to whatever we're doing and not acknowledge the human aspect to this. I think the one takeaway I've taken, and just the powerful thing that Dr. Gibson repeated, is how do we do this in love, and how do we do this in neighborly love? And these students who are going to be arriving to our campuses, or us even as if you're faculty, administrators, I think that we need to acknowledge what we all just went through, what it means to us and our family, and embracing vulnerability. It can be something really powerful that creates a connection in your classroom and your office space that really can take you to that next level so that you can be hopeful, so then you can put things into action.
Very well stated. Next, Dr. Gibson.
To add to what Dr. Banda and Dr. Cortez have said, continuing to pay attention to what our neighbors need. Because eventually, if we don't address these issues, it affects all of us. And something I intend to continue to do is to educate my students on being politically engaged. Engaged in voting, serving on juries, and participating in school boards, etc. We will not move the needle unless we show up, we speak, we participate. So encouraging engagement, which is not free for us at all. People died and got hurt and injured for us to do this. So respectfully, we must be engaged.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
Yeah, I think, on top of what everyone has said so far, I think if from a very practical standpoint, if we could agree to mentor 2 to 3 Black and Latino boys, I think that we would be able to push the needle further than we thought we'd be able to do in the aggregate. I think that to be able to identify the most promising among them and to show them that you care about them and that you understand that they need to be successful because everyone else is waiting on them to do that. I think the more we can create community among this population, I think we'll be much better off for that.
Excellent. Finally, Dr. Romo.
Yeah, so agree with everything that's being said. There was a report out by the college board that said there are 6 pathways that students take after graduating high school. So it's college, employment, the military, then there's unemployment, prison, and death, right? So these are very things that our men of color experience maybe on the day-to-day basis. So for me, I want to make sure that I still am the fierce advocate for our students of color, especially here in Utah, right? We want them to know that they are scholars first and then everything second, right? So because their contributions are important, sometimes they're not even thought as someone who could potentially represent the institution in different ways other than athletics. So we need to kind of change that paradigm for our students. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm committing to challenging that status quo, to listen, to affect positive change so that they can feel at home, right? I work with the president, with the provost, vice presidents, faculty, staff, community leaders, anyone that would have me, because we want our students to succeed, right? Because if we're not on the table, we're on the menu, right? But we need to make sure that we're always on the table making decisions that impact our students of color, specifically for this conversation, our men, young men students of color, right? So we need to make sure that we're working together, as was mentioned earlier, so that we could collectively push for a better tomorrow, not just for our students, for our families, but for our communities in general.
Thank you so much. Well, this has been a wonderful experience. You all have shared your insights that will hopefully, the nuggets of truth will allow us to move the needle on this particular issue and improving the chances of success for African American and Latinx young men. I want to personally thank you all for your time today. I want to, in my closing remarks, indicate that throughout time in history, there have been issues that have seemed insurmountable, but we recognize that when it is the collective effort of those who are working to make change, that change will come. And we have to stay vigilant and stay committed to making things happen. I want to thank Stella Smith and Dr. Susan Frazier Quasi for all of the heavy lifting that they've done to have a successful summit. I am now going to relinquish to Dr. Susan Frazier Quasi to come back and do out some closeout housekeeping things. But again, to this panel, great job. Thank you so much. And I look forward to interacting and communicating with you later.
Hello again. I'm Susan Frazier Quasi. You saw me in the morning and now you're seeing me in the evening. I just want to extend thanks to all of the speakers and the presentations today. Very enlightening and very informative, and helps us to pursue the work that we want to do. It is clear from these presentations that recent events involving the police and the COVID-19 has created an exposure of the continuing disparities and systemic racism that is the bedrock of this country. However, I am hopeful, as I've heard from you. I'm faithful to our ideas of justice and integrity, that we will continue to push this work forward among ourselves and with our allies, so that we will continue to improve the opportunities for our African American and Latino males and girls, for that matter. So I wanted to express to those of you who are listening, we do have a post-summit survey that we would like you to complete. And it also gives you an opportunity, if you're interested in continuing conversations around these issues. We are creating a working group that will continue to study, examine, and propose solutions for these conditions. And lastly, I want to recognize our visionary, I don't know what to call him, but he's our kind of our godfather, Senator Royce West, who's planted this vision in our work last year in terms of really putting the fire under our two institutions, the MAC3 and the Texas Juvenile Crime Prevention Center, to really start to address these disparities. They've been around for a long time, but we still need to continue to work on solving the issue. So with that said, I just want to say thanks once again to our presenters, to our moderator, Dr. McFrazier, to my colleague or my partner in crime, Dr. Stella Smith, and to the committee that has helped us to put this together. And also special recognition to our IT support staff at Prairie View, as well as our marketing communications department. Without them, I'm not sure how we would have managed. So Jeffrey, thank you so much. So on that, I don't know if Dr. Smith has any final parting words. Dr. Smith?
No, I'm just grateful for all of you for being here. And this conversation has been just amazing. I'm just kind of absorbing everything that has been shared. And I'm excited to be able to move forward. So those of you that are interested in continuing the conversation and working on the work group, please indicate that you're interested by placing your email address on, I think it's question 7 of the evaluation, so that we can send out a message to you and tell you a little bit more about that opportunity, and you can make a decision as to whether you'd want to pursue it. But we're just so glad that you joined us today. So thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. And have a good afternoon.
Outstanding job. You all did an excellent job. Great organization structure. So hats off to you, Dr. Smith and Dr. Kwasi Frazier. Hats off.
Well, I tell you,
Thank you.
We've been propelled into the technological age, whether we want to be or not. I mean, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
So this is the end. Thank you so much,
you.
everyone.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.